Hello, everybody. What's up? Welcome to the late edition of Castle Super Beast. Just in time to hear about. I don't know if you heard about the breaking news, Pat.
We have breaking news?
Yeah, there's breaking news. Apparently, Castle Super Beast shirts are now on sale for
Oh my goodness.
a crazy 30% off.
It's because
So,
of that their Thanksgiving thing the Americans do.
big old things, and thanks and things are happening. So if you want to get yourself a shirt, you can go. I actually have it at tinyurl.com/Castle Super Beast shirts, just to see them all right there. And yeah, get yourself a shirt with a deal. So that's cool. And I believe it's the season of savings and stuff, but at the very least, right now, that's what's happening. And anything else going on, I'll let you guys know. But that's the breaking news.
That's good.
Hey, everybody. Hey, Americans. I'm thankful that you are listening to
That's good. I like that.
our big dumb jokes, and that you find them funny enough to sacrifice
Oh, you don't know
5 hours of your week.
Well, the trick is you listen to it on double speed. And
Yeah.
then, because you listen to it on double speed while you were playing Xbox, you have to go to Twitter or subreddit and be like, what was the name of that thing that we're talking about for like an hour?
Mhm.
I can't remember the name of the thing. It's much easier for me to just ask a thread here
Mhm.
than it is for me to just literally scrub back on the audio podcast that I have.
Or check the timestamps, which are now up on the site on castlesuperbeast.net. You can see the timestamps on every episode as it's posted right away. So there's that help too. Pretty useful. I did not realize until it was pointed out to me how much, though, our natural pace of conversation requires pauses to process and or think of the next bit.
Mm-hmm.
We take a lot of like pauses. Sometimes there's a pregnant pause for humor, but other times,
Yeah.
if we're deconstructing, there's a stop to consider where to go next as you pass the
Yeah.
ball back and forth.
Absolutely.
And I didn't realize just how long some of those gaps were until someone pointed out that there's too many silences, and then that it's an issue. At which point, I thought of how there's definitely the cut all the space and breath out of your speaking style editing on YouTube, and I think
don't care for that.
I don't mind it when it's a short video. If it's a 5-minute video, then it's not a problem. But if I were to sit down and listen to a conversation like that, yeah, I'd get anxiety. It'd get too dense.
I feel that I very much agree with you on this, in that, you watching a 2-3 minute video, jump cuts make a lot of sense. It's a quick video. It's like, hey, bro, here's where you get this thing. Go here, jump on the thing, or whatever. But I have watched like 30-minute films, 30-minute dissertation videos that is literally one edited jump cut of line to the next. And I can't do it because it makes me like, I'm waiting for the natural break in the thing so that I can think about the words that are being said. I need the words.
Hey guys, what's up? So anyway, today we're going to be unboxing this product. It's a pretty cool product. I just want to thank my sponsors for sending us this
It's called
product.
Loot Crate. No, wait, that's gone. That's dead. That died. Oopsie.
Ha
The
ha
only
ha!
thing
Look
that
at
remains of Loot Crate is a
Right.
single shirt that I own from it. This is the Christmas shirt.
Pet break. Check out Fluffy. Fluffy. Oh, the cat's here. Check out everybody. Say hi to Fluffy. All right, get out of here, Fluffy.
I mean,
so anyway,
hey, you joke. Hey, you joke, but I mean, the cat is literally over here.
but it's like a smash cut teleport of it being in your hands to it suddenly being not in your hands, or possibly being tossed violently behind you as its camera usage has been.
Don't throw your dogs and cats. That's my advice.
You know. Yeah, so it is, and it's already a sped up thing. But again, in concentrated form, when you're asking the person for 5 minutes of their time tops, I don't mind that. I think people's time is to be appreciated and valued. believe it or
Mhm.
not. However, I do think in the form of conversation, it does get like, yeah, anxiety inducing when it's too dense. I remember one of the first problems I ran into in the Guilty Gear lore videos was
Mhm.
the Solidus is helping out with the like timing of the cutting out the spaces of
Right.
the audio to make it tighter, because this is a video with a goal in it. And I remember one of the first things like looking at it and putting gameplay footage while I'm just dumping all this shit about the Gear project to you, and about Soul and that man and everything and their college fucking dissertations. And I'm just like, I can't handle how fast and heavy this information is coming at you. It feels bad to listen to. I'm not processing any of it, and it just tires me out. Like, I'm sweating paying attention to this, you know? So I really like, I think that you can, the moment you're asking, yeah, a longer period of time, and yeah, that video was well over 5 minutes, you know? So you get like 10 into that, less, you get just a little bit, and you just kind of take the headphones off and pause it and go, okay, fuck all of that. I got nothing. And it was annoying to listen to because it was just too dense, you know?
I think
Mm-hmm.
that what we should do.
Okay. Well, I'm glad I brought this up, because here we are. Because here we are. This is where we are. We're at the point where, yep, this is happening. Got it.
I'm
Okay.
thinking now. Hold on a second. It's going to be a good thought.
Has Pat.exe has not frozen. It's merely
I actually had
deliberately pretending.
it's funny that you mentioned that, because I will, when I stop to think of the next thing to say, like really big brain drill down, I tend to lock into a position. I tend to completely stop moving entirely,
Mm-hmm.
and it often leads people to think that the stream has broken.
Hmm.
Because I will go, and I'll just like sit there with my like looking up at the sky with like my finger out in a specific pose, but
Mm-hmm.
not move at all for maybe 10 seconds.
Yeah.
And
Uh,
that's where all the really good jokes come from.
well, that's what
That's
I'm
that.
well, that's the thing is that though, like I do that, but I feel like I do that for just like basic humor, because again, I feel as if uh I feel like I've always been the slower car on the road in terms of like the wit, the repartee, the ability to bat bit bat boom, you know. But like if I can charge and bide my time, I can release a good one every once in a while. It just takes me a second to get there.
I was recently talking to a friend of mine, and I started to make a gag. I started to make a funsy, a goof, if you will. And I got 4 words in, and then came to a dead stop as the rest of the joke had never formed.
Mm-hmm.
It just never arrived.
Mm-hmm.
And they said, dude, why didn't you just wait 2 seconds, finish it in your head,
Mm-hmm.
and then just say it? And all I can respond with is, I literally don't have time. Almost everything I say, the end of the sentence is not there by
Yeah.
the
Okay.
by the time I
Okay.
start talking.
So you start talking. You start talking, and you're hoping that the speed that of the joke writing will complete itself by the point that the
We'll
words
catch
have
up.
to be. Yeah. Okay. I got it. So yeah. I don't have enough confidence to throw those out there. I have to let it percolate for a second and then eventually get to it. In some other cases, the delay is when, let's say, you are talking or establishing something, such as I'm doing right now, as you are receiving the information, if we're getting meta. While you're in the reception mode, your brain gets to start processing, one, how you feel about a situation or what your response is, and then two, what the funnier version of what you feel is, and how to angle yourself there instead. So you take some travel time to go from where you actually are to what works best, and then you travel, and then you go, and there it is, and you attack from that angle.
Yeah, there's a real feeling of, like, on occasion, that'll trap you. However, because you get into the situation where the subject you're talking about will shift tones, but I prepped for the starter tone.
Mm-hmm.
And now that the tone is sad, my clown fucking joke is no longer appropriate. But god damn it, I'm gonna see if it still works. I think the most unfortunate reality of I saw somebody in the chat just say building the road as you drive, so to speak, is that occasionally you build the road wrong, and that ends up with I would say 3 times a broadcast word salad nonsense statement that means nothing to anyone, where you end up going, oh man, that's really good when the money pocket man go, and it just complete failure.
Yeah, so I don't, because you see, because you're racing so close to the draw distance of your joke, of what you're trying, of your point, like you can trip over it and fall out of world, and then crash the whole thing. I give it time for it to load up, but what happens to me is occasionally I'll have to pull something from far in the past or from in the recent past, but super deprioritized. And then I fucking stagger, and I'm like, oh my god, my memory, what's that thing? You know, the thing that I really talk about, that I enjoy, that I shouldn't have a hard time remembering? Well, it's gone now because I've been processing something else entirely, you know? And then that data
it's like, I know this,
away.
I should know this. How do I not know this?
Yeah.
It's gone.
But I need a rollback. Exactly. I need a rollback in those moments. But if you wanna enjoy like what like comfort you have in developing the ability to like do this entire tactic over time, if you sit down with someone who's brand fucking new to it, like Reggie, and who finds himself like lost, and then he lights a match, and then it turns out, oh no, I'm under a bus. When did I get here?
Yeah.
And he's trying to find his way out of the bus. And it's like, okay, well, if no one's going to drive this bus to continue moving so that he cannot escape it, then I guess I'll get in and stuff. Yeah. I didn't put the bus here. But now that it's here and I see Reggie trying to leave or crawl out from under it, I'm going to drive it so that he stays underneath it no matter where he crawls to. Because
look at you now.
You know.
Now you drive the school bus.
Now I drive the bus.
When you said bus, I'm literally, at every word that you said, I was modifying the first 2 words of blah, blah, you drive the school bus now. Because it's that Simpsons thing.
And now that we're doing word jokes, I'm going few word do trick from the Office thing. Throw that in there because you got to get it in. And then right away segue to something a little more on point is coin keep, do big minute speak, go, word.
That's good. Why use big word when small word do good? Which actually might be just as long to say as the real version. I think my favorite variation of this is that when you are hitting the edge wall, either of your own personal memory or of the speed of your brain, mistakes happen, and occasionally those mistakes can be deeply embarrassing or illuminating. The number one of which that I will never live down, which I think is like 18 months old now, where I was thanking people for subs, and I just straight up looked directly at the camera and went, "Oh, thank you, money," and went, I mean, thank you all for your generous support. And Paige had one where she couldn't remember what the concept of money was, so she said, "Thank you for number."
Yeah.
Because I can see that her brain just goes, "Well, you do the stream, and then the people are nice, and then the number go big."
Number. It really is outrunning the draw distance, as it were.
Have you ever had my favorite variation of this is people who remember that gag will change their donation name to "Thank you for money X subs," and the message will be as if I were reading a generic non-message sub in an asshole way. I have to appreciate the goof. Comedy's hard, and I should know. I'm not a comedian.
And if you tried to be, and I was thinking about this, if you tried to be, it would cease to be even remotely amusing to anyone not ankle to like waist deep in video games and anime in general. No, the references are crutches. We require the framework of our humor to be based on that which Japan has given us. Let's not pretend. We're going to stand on our own 2 feet here.
I'm afraid of poop on my pants. That doesn't have anything to do with video games.
No, but Z targeting a colostomy bag absolutely does, and it's a way funnier place to go with it.
It's true. You're right.
This is what it is, you know. I've heard the stories about Vine kids going up on stage at an open mic.
It's not the same. It's not the same.
It ain't. And the thing is, what the comedians have had to say is, it always fucking sucks because they will, at their first couple, they always have a ton of fans that come out that really just want to take a picture and chill, that are gonna not necessarily represent what actual comedy is. It's just your established audience in a way, but that's not really universally funny, you know? And those people are gonna like, it's like your family coming out to your first show. You're gonna have a weird artificial reaction. And if they
my mom would clap on any stage that I was on.
And if you decide to stick around long enough that they don't care about you being on stage anymore, then you get to feel the real heat or lack thereof, and you bomb in the truest sense of the word. The kind that like you go to sleep with and it stays on your chest, you know? And you got to feel those.
We live a very bizarre like variation of an entertainment lifestyle, because bombing on stage is so damaging as to be physically damaging to viewers of the event. Like, I have almost retched in anxiety watching people bomb on stage.
Yeah.
It is so uncomfortable.
Yeah. I can say
I can't believe it.
I can say that with great pleasure and privilege that every time I've physically been on a stage addressing a crowd of people, that I've never had to have a please clap moment. Usually, if anything, I find that there is the timing of IRL delivery, especially to like a large room, is such that you get a lot of time to come up with the next punchline or bit or whatever the case is, and it makes it a lot easier. And then like you gotta drop one and have it be, you know, pretty all right. And then while that's happening, you can just work on the next thing in your brain.
While you were talking about that, I decided to test, and I watched 4 seconds of that girl on stage with the dummy. And I don't know if you can tell, but I almost threw up.
Oh, yes.
I just skipped to the middle
What is
of the video.
What is the name of my favorite video?
I just looked up girl ventriloquist cringe.
I'm tapping out, I'm freaking out.
And it was prior to the it was prior to the upset, and I just,
they're not laughing.
Like, I just like gagged a little, and it's
No, that one. See, now that, here's the thing though, right? There's other factors, because that one, she is at a school auditorium. You can hear her friends are there in the front trying to cheer her on. So there is some support, but also because it's that high school thing, it's exponentially worse, because that's a Sagat scar being slowly cut in.
You get to
over
live
the
with
course
this
of
until you
2
leave.
minutes.
social situation.
It is a slow Sagat scar being burnt in, and it takes a while for it to happen. But I think the older you get, the less those moments damage you. But like that one is a rough one because it's gonna stick around for a while. Brutal. Yeah. Cringe compilations, you guys.
If you want to know if somebody's like a complete psychopath, have them watch people bombing on stage, and if they're just totally chilling, sipping their drink, no problem, you need to get away from that person, because it's so
they're disconnected.
That I feel sick. Just I'm thinking of it's bad. Like, oh man, here's a direction I didn't think I was gonna go for.
Even Joker was aware of when he bombed on stage.
Yeah.
Anyway.
You know what I'll give props to? Those young men who are now probably our age, hanging out in their local parking lot, reenacting their favorite moments from the acclaimed hit game Kingdom Hearts 2.
Journey to the parking lot.
That is highly cringe, but you don't take the same kind of like wretched, like diseased wound damage from it, because they had a good time and maybe they're a bit embarrassed afterwards.
Exactly. In the moment, it was a private filmed event. It was a cinematic masterpiece, and it was not anything that they regretted. And perhaps when they did eventually, it was way after the fact with some distance and perhaps even the comfort of, oh God, look at my old self.
I was a stupid kid.
As opposed to in the moment, live in front of an audience, and then the follow-ups afterwards, right? You didn't have to suffer immediately. Totally.
I think we're in a very unique position because you and I have both, on many occasions, had bits, gags, jokes, goofs, anecdotes, and stories completely fail outright. Just crickets. However, because of the wonderful nature of the fact that I am looking at a tiny little light and a roughly cylindrical microphone and not 2,000 people actually standing in front of there, you can take that non-human damage a lot more easily. Therefore, your embarrassment can be played for laughs instead of making people want to vomit.
Yes. This is, again, any of the best comedians I know will all have the skill of acknowledging the bomb and using it to further dig down the path of like failure and embracing the fact that like, yep, we all have to acknowledge the absolute anarchy and damage that bomb left.
You know who's a really good comedian in that it's the only time I can ever think that he put a bomb into his set to make the rest of his bit work. It's Bill Burr. When he was talking about Rihanna getting smacked around by Chris Brown, he starts to segue into the bit where he goes, I wonder what they were talking about. I wonder what she could have possibly said to him, yada, yada. And the crowd just starts to recede and just pull back from him so that he can go, look how uncomfortable everybody is right now. And then goes on to the next part of his bit.
Yeah.
That's scary.
But don't forget that this is the same man who bombed hard enough that he eventually said fuck the entire set and turned it into 12 minutes of telling Philadelphia to go fuck itself and making fun of the entire city, like off the cuff, and did his entire time, and it was legendary. Like, sometimes you turn the bomb into the greatest victory ever if you have that skill.
He's also the man who, I believe, has never gotten a second advertising spot for his podcast ever, because every time he does one of his podcast ads, it
Mhm.
might be the worst podcast ad read ever.
Oh, I've heard
I
some
don't
bad
know.
ones.
I don't know why have you heard him read podcast ads?
I have, and I've heard others.
I don't know why he even bothers.
There are some podcasts out there with really, really awful ads, and the people that basically sign up to send them sponsors are like, thank God the sponsor is a fan of the show, because holy fuck, there's no way, you know. I mean, anyway, I learn from some of the shows I listen to. But yes, the legendary fucking 12 minutes is one of those great stories. Because yeah, technically he wasn't bombing in any other like usage of the word, except for the fact that they hated him and they didn't like the material and they were being too aggressive on that entire tour.
Well,
There's a whole, you can go listen to the backstory of it from their perspective. But
Philly's yeah. Philly.
But sure. But what I was going to say before that was, you see all those great moments we talk about, all those, you know, the parking lot, or for Frodo, you know, that's another classic.
Man,
dude does the full for Frodo speech as people are getting ready to write their exams silently at their desks in what has to be at least university, if not college. And it
looked like
and then after yelling for
school.
Frodo, he then just slides quietly to his desk and starts writing. And
Is this the part of the
where we go down the video?
Dream.
Yeah.
In my mind's eye, he runs out the door, but he doesn't, does he?
No, he has to write his exam. He said, I thought my classmates could use some motivation, so I'm going to go give them the Return of the King speech. And then he goes and then he does it. And then he sits down to write his exam. And everyone just has to hold that. They have to feel it, and it has to stay in the room for the entire time that they write. It's great. So all this makes me like roll my eyes extra hard whenever I see people using cringe as just a way of saying I didn't like what you did, because it's like,
no,
that's
cringe is
that's
on,
not
it's
it.
A flavor.
If someone says something and you disagree with it and you go, ooh, cringe, it's like, that's fucking stupid. I hate that. No. And I know that like that's almost it's happens enough that it's basically a modern parlance. It's the opposite of based, but it still is like, nah. I much prefer cringe when it specifies the feeling you get from watching those videos.
Yeah. The experience of cringe is a burning sensation that goes around the ring of your face, flooding out to the rest of your body in a kind of stabbing anxiety that I don't know why people seek it out. I say as I'm literally typing in cringe into
I don't
Google.
feel it in my face. I feel it in like my sternum. It's a feeling in the sternum, and it feels solid. It feels like like just spherical and impenetrable, but it's also wrapped and in the laughter I get personally of just enjoying how bad it gets, you know?
Yeah, so I'm running a test as to what the exact feeling in my body is as I cringe. I'll get back to you in 1 second.
Sure. Soul damage.
Oh, you're right. It's in the chest. It's in the chest. You're right.
Soul damage is hard to describe. It is.
Oh.
It's quite difficult.
I opened up a video and it was paused, and I literally just hit spacebar for 1 second, and it was enough.
Which
and
one?
I have never made it through Foam Adventure.
Adventure.
I have never gotten through the whole thing. I get like, I want to say I've gotten 50 seconds in.
Foam Adventure is just like Parking Lot Kingdom Hearts. Foam Adventure, they're having their own time. And again, there's no live audience for it. Let Foam Adventure be. Let them be. You know, it's not the same as live on stage puppet show girl. Like, yeah, I wouldn't want
footage
That is
of
my
high
champion.
school Pat hanging out.
Auditorium ventriloquist girl is my champion. I bet on that horse every single time. That's the fucking winner. Blood covered in the gladiators arena, undefeated.
You and Paige are blow me away, because you're the type of people who like will sit down and go, yeah, I feel like some cringe. I need to see it. I need to feel it.
Recent years, it hasn't been as much of a thing. You know, I'm definitely talking about going back to the old internets. You know, and when this was it was a new form of like, it was so unique. You know, it's not a funny haha video. It's not a world star fight. It's not it was just something else, and it elicits such a like revulsion, despite there being nothing like gory or graphic or horrible.
Yeah, I just remembered when this started. So we've talked about in the past that you and I were the types of morons who would go specifically to websites to see horrible things to prove to ourselves, yeah, it's nothing to me. I'm cool. And after a while, I remember watching Two Girls, One Cup and feeling nothing, and going, okay, that's enough. My soul has been damaged. I've been ruined. But you, no longer getting the kick from horror heroin, switched to cringe cocaine.
Now
you needed to feel bad in your heart.
Now it definitely elicited a different new reaction that I had not experienced, and that I quickly, yeah, I can say I became addicted to the feel, you know, the new sensations that it brought me as you tie off the belt. But I would like to specify though that in many cases, like, it was not there's a distinction, I think, between like hanging out and talking to people that are just like, holy fuck, look at this, and
yeah, that was very common,
as opposed to that dude I knew who went out and actively spent hours just going through like gore compilations and shit like that.
No,
I'm like,
never...
fuck that, right? And
so,
you know, so just clarify.
The modern equivalent of the way that Wooly and I used to act was as if we were 20 years ago friends with current modern day Justin Hwang. And instead of making a video about the Sally Acorn love doll with a skeleton in it, he would go, dude, check this out. And you'd go, ah! And he was like, do you want to see another? And I go, yes, I do. I will watch the whole playlist, Justin.
It's someone in the back of class holding out their phone and showing you some shit. And you're over here and you're like, what the fuck are you? Oh my God. And then you just keep watching.
Have some more.
You keep watching. More. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. It's that friend. Absolutely.
I'm happy to follow Justin Hwang on Twitter. I hate his Twitter. It is the worst Twitter I follow. I cannot mute him or unfollow him. I need to see everything. It is the Twitter that makes me the most legitimately upset, that I make sure that I see every tweet.
Yeah.
Every shit post.
Yeah, there's a picture someone I saw of like someone with just like a little cartoon of like a really reviled face, just being like, ugh, and then just holding out a heart to be like, I clicked like on this, while looking absolutely disgusted with it. And it's like, yep, sometimes you need those.
Hey, Wooly, check out this kid's haircut. I
Here
just
we
sent
go.
you.
Here we go. Back in the classroom. Back in the classroom. Oh God. Oh God. Okay. Yep. Back in the classroom. Teachers turn towards the blackboard. What do we got here? Oh man.
I just retweeted it if you guys want to check it out.
Oh, just fuck that.
Top of his head.
Fuck those parents. Fuck them.
I can't.
Just
If you want to check out what I'm talking about, you can either check
horrible.
out Justin Wang's Twitter. He retweeted it, or I
Or
just
yours,
retweeted
yeah.
it at,
Yeah, they're
at 7:40 p.m. on Monday, November
horrible.
30th.
The fucking negligence. Just. Ugh. Anyway,
So yeah, this is the experience. This is the experience back in the day. There's one person over on the computer that somehow we've acquired in either a laptop that somehow has internet access, or we're in the computer lab where we're adjacent to a computer, and somebody goes, "Yo, man, check this out." I finally got it to load. It took 10 minutes to buffer this Google video.
yeah. And this is the part. Oh, you didn't even. There's a fucking rear shot on it too. Anyway,
What?
there's if you go to the full thing, there's a.
Oh, man.
It continues. Yeah. No, this is the part where I chastise you, and then turn away for 30 seconds, and then send you a link to a kid doing a fucking TikTok dance with his terminal grandfather in the background on a bed, and the kid's like whatever, like some looks like he couldn't be older than like 17 or 16, and he's trying to like turn it into a moment where he's dancing for the grandparent, and it's just like, why
Man.
would you do this?
Which would you put up higher than that? Because I've seen the selfie on like leaning over the hospital bed selfie with like, haha, Nana's dead.
Yeah, there's a couple
Rip
of
in
those.
peace, Nana. It's like, I hope a ghost haunts you.
Doing it for Musical.ly. Yeah. Anyway, speaking of soul damage,
I haven't laughed like that in like 20 years. That's a specific laugh for specific emotions. Okay.
Speaking of soul damage,
Mm-hmm.
how about that Demon Souls?
I beat it twice now.
So,
have you gotten a handle on it?
in anticipation of what's to come, I've been playing, and I've been refreshing.
The old one?
And no, current, new one.
You got the PS5?
Yes.
Okay, that's a
Yes,
piece of information
sorry.
that helps.
Yes, yes, I did manage to get a discless PS5.
Okay, nice.
Yes, thanks to a very kind person who had an extra one, I was able to acquire that, and so
And then you traded a few of your influence points.
no, cold hard cash actually.
Well, no, the influence points is for the offer. It
Sure.
unlocks the merchant.
Yes, but either way, absolute thanks to Jack for reaching out and being like, hey, I can help you out there. That was fucking very, very kind of him. And yes, thanks to Jack, we are now good to go on all the next gen plans.
PS5 content on the channel.
Yes. So what I did was I set it up and I downloaded the things and I did the transfer, and then I booted it up and I saw that weird GPU glitch where you boot it up and the screen is all split across, and I'm like, hey, that's not good.
Oh.
I've seen that problem on other people's Twitters.
Sick.
And then I rebooted it, and then it went away, and I was like, okay. And then I played.
And that didn't happen.
And then I played, and then I was playing in the intro area, and then the game froze. And then locked up completely, and I was like, "Oh, that's sick." And then I rebooted it.
That's good.
And then I got that multi GPU screen issue again, and I'm like, "Okay, panic time, panic time,
good, excellent.
panic time."
What's the warranty process on? I bought it from a dude.
Well, looking up what everyone else has been saying, you can contact Sony, and they do have a thing where they will basically send you a new one and a box to return the old one in so that they can repair it. But they send
Same
you
as it ever was, huh?
Right. But like, you see, Nintendo used to take your old one and send you back the same one.
Which was terrible. That was a terrible solution.
And it took a while, obviously. In this case, it seems like Nintendo... well, I mean, I think Microsoft is doing it with the Red Rings as well. Like, they send you a different one while you send yours back. However, I've been keeping an eye on it. And in fact, I switched over to like playing a full session of 13 Sentinels, and then I played a bunch more deaths on it, and it's been okay. It's been fine for now. But I'm not holding my breath because I've seen a couple of instances of fucking trouble so far.
Maybe one of those general stability patches fixed your issue.
Maybe. In the meantime, I am not putting it into rest mode because I've read about people on online getting bricked for going into rest mode, and any other thing that's happening, I'm trying to avoid in general. I've turned off all suspend timers and all that shit. I just power the fuck down. I got a weird problem yesterday too, where I think there might be like just too many signals or too much noise in my living room, because
there's a lot.
My controller was having a hard time registering inputs at a point. It was taking inputs and lagging them, and then sustaining some of them, and it made it like impossible to play for a couple seconds, and then it went away and then came back, and like I just think there's too much shit.
That happened to me when I was playing DMC5, if you remember. It turned out that the distance I was sitting was just far enough to cause like the wireless signal on the controller to get fucky. For whatever reason, you have an ungodly amount of wireless interference in your living room specifically.
Yeah.
Which is confusing to me because I have the same amount or more devices of similar wireless shenanigans that you do. The only thing that I can think of that's different is that I'm in a basement. So there's only so much encroaching wireless from nearby.
Now it has decreased in since then, because there was like I had the wireless mics at the time. I'm not using those anymore, and a couple other systems are not in use anymore. But either way, the problem was happening, and I was like, "Fuck, this is happening with the PS5 now." Like I gotta find a way to fix that issue. In the meantime, though, like this is on a entirely new living room essentially, because prior to first there was that. I got the XX prior. I told you about that last week. The computer arrived, and all of this shit was just kind of sitting in a weird place where I'm like, okay, I have to rearrange everything for this to work. And the last piece of the puzzle was the television, which has arrived now as well.
What TV did you get? Is it Samsung?
LG OLED 65. And
man, that's the good one.
It's the one with the least amount of input lag possible.
I think it's
65.
got like 9 frames or something.
9
milliseconds, like sub 1 frame.
On game modes, it said the responsiveness was I think it was at 13.
I think you have the one that is like #1 rated on displaylag.com.
That's exactly where I went to, and I clicked on that button. Yeah. I mean, I'm just if anyone doesn't know, displaylag.com, that's where I go. That's where you go, and you see what size TV do you want, and then sort by lowest latency, and then just buy the thing that's there.
Yeah, I ran into the Black Friday / Cyber Monday thing where I'm like, should I upgrade my TV? And discovered that I would love to get the TV that you have, but I can't because I use it as a PC monitor. And using any OLED TV as a PC monitor is a quick trip to destroying that television.
Is it?
Because of because OLEDs are not a problem if you watch varied content, and burn-in does not show up as a problem. But if you're using it as a PC monitor, your taskbar is going to be more or less the same 60-70% of that TV's life cycle.
Okay. I do require it as a monitor for the way my setup is currently, because I basically
rearranged. Are you using it as your primary computer monitor?
It is for, because that's what the new gaming PC is plugged into. But the stream computer is what's in front of me that I can use for like basic quick browsing and shit like that. But like when I'm playing PC games, or if I need to pull up any like video footage or watch anything, I'm using that PC instead. Yeah. So
I would highly then recommend you switch to Windows Dark Mode and Dark Mode for apps.
Okay. I also hide the taskbar as well too, because there's a lot of times we play desktop shit that I want it to be, borderless windowed, and I just need this taskbar out. So, but yeah, in general,
I would also recommend to start using a screensaver again.
Okay, burn-in is an issue to worry about here.
That should mitigate all of those problems.
Okay. I also went back to my old faithful Tron Legacy wallpaper with the that I used to use back in the day with Olivia on it. So good stuff. That's all set up.
That TV has variable refresh rate.
Yes. 60.
I'm interested to hear your experience
or
with that.
122. And you can, well, at least on the XX, you can go in and set it directly on what you want the console to be at. And I fucked around with it on that
for the PS quintuple.
Okay, yeah. I noticed that, and apparently there was some issues with DMC5, like not having if you switch to 122, it would then lock everything to 60 in high frame rate mode on DMC5 SE for Xbox. So like they had to patch to fix that shit. There was some weird bugs happening with it. But yeah, all that fun stuff is there, and 120 rather, not 122. I'm stupid.
So you've been playing Demon's Souls.
Yes. And blah, what was I was sorry, you threw me off there. I was in the middle of just saying that, like, the full living room setup is all changed and everything's in different places now, and I ended up like I had a chest of, like, I had a shelf that I would put all my consoles on, and I literally rotated it sideways and made that the new TV stand. The TV itself is fucking weird because of how crazy thin it is, and like,
doesn't it weigh like 40 pounds, like almost nothing?
No, it's heavy. The base is fucking hefty. It's absolutely heavy, but it's super thin, and it's so thin that the Wii sensor bar that I'm currently using for Mario Galaxy cannot balance on the top of the fucking thing.
It's way thinner than that.
Think about how thin a Wii sensor bar is. It's too thin to put the fucking thing on it. It's crazy. It's wild. So that is now, like, sitting on the bottom, and this is where we're at. We're at a point where Wii sensor bar tech is now fucking obsolete for this level of television, I suppose. It's sitting on the sound bar in front of the fucking thing because that's the best I can do with it. And I mean, I guess, yeah. The I would like a. It's a unique thing, but like, you know how like some TVs have like the whole they have their HDMI inputs. Some are on the rear panel, some are on the side, but
Some
like
are underneath.
yeah, and some are on the left or the right, and I'm just like, God fucking hell! Like, I didn't realize until it got here that the side panels were on the left instead of the right where my last one was. So like, I had to rearrange things again based on not even catching that part of the equation, and it's like, I just kind of wish there was more, you know? And if you didn't want more, then just allow there to be a way that I could like use these ones on this side instead of that one. It's such a like weird thing, but it's like as these things are getting bigger, it's a lot harder to, you know. Anyway, whatever.
It's a big upgrade for your TV.
It is, and I'm very happy with it. And
I mean, you got OLED now. OLED's crazy.
And I did a big old peel of the plastic, and I didn't post it. But if I ever feel like karma farming, I can get some big old Reddit karma for that peeling feeling.
You get some big karma
because we got a nice big peel, nice big two-handed peel going. Feels good to see the peel, you know. Yeah, so that's great. Des, I am refreshing, and I'm currently at 2-1. I want to say. I decided I didn't go 1-1, 1-2, and then straight to 3 or 4. I went 1-1, 1-2, 2-1.
I would say that is like not going so deep into them is pretty recommended because those levels get much harder as you go down them.
But
like it feels like the first level of each world is pretty similar in difficulty.
Well, it's quite interesting to like go through it and then after Tower Knight jump over to the quarry instead of the prison and shit, because like yeah, some of those dudes you're swinging at are just fucking like clearly meant to be approached while you're at a higher soul level than you would be after Tower Knight. Magic obviously nullifies some in those cases, but I feel like
piercing too.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's the secret, is that depending on what you go in with, piercing weapons completely bypass all their defenses.
Because I feel like them and the Fat Ministers were just like, I'm like, man, I gotta work on each one of you really, really hard.
So I ran through it twice recently and had with 2 different builds and had a really good appreciation of how they really want you to be able to go to any particular zone in any order, because each zone gives you something that helps you in the other ones.
Right.
So, for example, 4-1 gives you the Crescent Falchion, which does magic damage, which tears those dudes in 2-1 up. And 5-1 gives you a Blessed Mace, which is incredible against the skeletons in 4-1.
Right, and I imagine
2-1 you get that Crushing Axe, which is your first strength weapon, and you get it for free.
2-1 also gives you oh no, wait, 2-2. I'm at 2-2, not 2-1. I'm at 2-2. Excuse me.
You're at 2-2.
Yeah. 2-2 gives you the dragon longsword.
Dragon longsword,
so
which ices everything in the 5th world
because it's fire. So like so that'll absolutely come in handy. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so you're Mega Manning.
It really feels rewarding, and there's just enough in each of them that if you clear it early, you'll picked up something that will go, oh, this will be a big help on the other thing.
Okay. I remember I was referring to those Archstones as like Mega Man fucking select screen things, and like, yeah, that's actually more accurate than I thought. Because it
really is.
Because I realize in that, like, you know, my run obviously through that is like the type of experience I had, and I'm expecting you know, like Reggie to kind of just go about his own way on things, and you know, I'll like I said, I'll let him wander. But yeah, I want to be equipped enough to, you know, answer a question that is important and be decent at the role. So I need to make sure that I understand a couple more things than just my run.
Get that wiki up on your phone.
Yeah, it'll be there.
There's no way you can remember where all that shit is.
No, definitely
should be
not.
noted by the Pat is wrong about Dark Souls spreadsheet.
Definitely not. But you know, this is just it's a thing where like, yeah, I'm not unlike, you know, like you and Spy and everyone. Like, I'm not the person who's jumping in here who's done like new game plus runs with different builds to see how it all goes down. You know, but I don't think that's what Reggie necessarily needs. I think at this point, he just needs to touch it and see what this is about. Anyway,
he just needs somebody to tell him to kill himself in the Nexus every time, and try and let him understand why you have to kill yourself in the Nexus.
So in order to understand that, I have been not killing myself in the Nexus.
Oh no! So you have to feel it.
I've been playing human. And yeah, I caught me a nice.
You feel it, huh?
I caught me a nice invasion in 2-1 after activating the elevators. It was a good time. And you know, I also I'm like, yeah, I wanted to just see like exactly how bad it would be, but you can also password up, right? So if you password up, I imagine that'll make things.
I don't think that saves you from invasions. I think it just makes it easier to co-op.
Interesting. Okay. So some things I'm wondering about though with the new setup in this is like of the things they were changing, is it still really hard to, or is it still nigh impossible to max upgrade a weapon with all the given upgrade stones you get in a single run?
No, it is no longer bordering on impossible.
Okay.
So remember the change I mentioned to you last week where lizards can't kill themselves off cliffs and disappear? That ends up giving you way more materials overall because you can actually just go get all the crystals. They also just straight up juiced the drop rates on the pure items. The pure moonblade, pure moonstone, and pure spider stone, stuff like that.
Okay.
Because they were like 1 in 1,000 drop chance.
Okay. So, for example, like that room underneath 2-1 where
2-2 with there's 7 crystal lizards everywhere.
Behind the 2 red phantoms.
Yeah, it used to be don't go there because most of them will kill themselves and you won't get the goddamn items. Now it's go there whenever the fuck you want and get what you can get.
And you can keep doing it until they're all phased out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely.
So that's perfect.
Yeah, they made it so that like pure sharpstone, which was the one that the game straight up didn't give you enough you need 2 to max out a weapon, and the game only drops 1. And so you had to farm it from the black katana skeletons, which are not they're not a joke. They're not a triviality to farm. But the drop rate has become, instead of taking 4.5 hours to get one, it will maybe now take half an hour.
And the other thing was like, is obtaining pure white tendency actually as bad as it was before? Because I remember there being something about that where the fact that the servers were around for so long affected how difficult it would be. Yeah, and now this is fresh. So
that's what I was talking about last week, but because you didn't have the context, you probably didn't internalize it. And it was that what used to happen is when you hit load game on Demon Souls, it would check the global server average for tendency on every level and set and like move your world tendency towards that by some percentage. So if you had pure white and the rest of the world was literally anything other than pure white, it would come down. And same thing with pure black. So it was a pain in the ass to manage, so everybody played offline if they wanted to manipulate that. There's no longer a nonsense server averaging crap. Did you put it at pure white? It'll fucking stay pure white until you decide to remove it.
Okay. So, yeah, so it shouldn't be too bad or too hard then. Still killing yourself will ensure that you don't lose it. But it's not that hard to get back there if need be.
And I will remind you, I don't know if you ever knew, there is a significant big-ass advantage to playing in pure black tendency. Yes, the stage is a million times harder, but if you've already, like, say you beat all of the quarry, right?
Mm-hmm.
You end up beating Dragon God and you're done with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a significant advantage to going back there and killing yourself there every time you get body form to push it towards pure black, because every level of blackness that you push the world towards gets you better rewards. So every time, so you notice you kill those dudes that have the sacks and they drop like the shards. Like they'll have like 10 shards of various different items, or maybe you'll get like a shard of spider stone off those guys in the tunnel right when you start 2-2. Yeah,
the workers. Yeah.
Those will be in pure black tendency. Most of those will be chunks instead.
Okay, so you go through it again. Okay.
Yeah. But instead, they won't be dropping any healing items anymore. They'll be dropping upgrade materials.
And if you want to push it towards white, you just have to be human and reload the area, right?
No, pushing it towards white is a way. So the reason why everybody pushes it towards pure white is there's only two things that you can do to push your game towards pure white. Kill a boss or kill an invader.
Those are the only ways.
It's the only two ways.
Okay.
And killing a boss you can do, but there's only three.
Yeah.
And killing an invader is doable, but if they kill you, then you actually move down. So the way to, you wouldn't be able to do this back in the day, but you can do it pretty easily now. If you were say, hey, Pat, I would like to manipulate my world tendency for Reggie's stream, you could say, Pat, are you busy at 6? We will set the password and you invade me and I'll just kill you. And you can force it up to pure white.
Okay. Someone's saying co-op also works in some way.
Co-op, this is so confusing. Co-op will not push the world tendency towards white. Co-op will push your character tendency towards white.
Of course. Right. There's
invading
that as well.
Pushes it towards black, and then it is such. So now that you can freely manipulate it, and freely manipulate it, and the online doesn't screw it up anymore, it's a much better system. It's much more interesting. It's so complex and they one of the changes they made to the game, I don't know if you take a look at the tendency tab in your menu, they changed all the icons to be easier to read. They're even harder to read now.
Well, I was staring at it, and I'm like, I don't know. It was the color of the shape of the middle of the shape, and I'm staring at it now, going, I don't know what that is.
So yeah. I just sent you in Discord a picture of all 7 states.
Yeah.
Can you
Demon
tell
Souls.
the difference between 0 and 1? Because I literally can't.
Yeah, it is the slightest encroaching of a shadow on the right side of it. Yeah, and for me the difference between 1 and 2 is worse. But yes, okay. It's just that bad. All right, well,
yeah.
So yeah, that's it. So I was going through it, and I want to also, like, I wanted to be able to see what it was like when, like, areas are cut off, and, like, I was like, right, so that left path in 1-1 is unavailable, or there's an area with downstairs with the rocks that's also cut off, and all these little things that I wanted to kind of just be like, yes, okay, I'm making note of these bits and pieces so that we can not miss too much content. But in the end, if we do end up missing some content, we're just gonna have to live with it.
You are guaranteed to miss content in that game unless you, like, dramatically manipulate the world state.
I mean, we're gonna see how he does with, like, Ostrava, but I'm anticipating it won't go too well, but obviously the problem to avoid is losing his drop, wherever that happens. It's not helping him, right? Like, if
So that doesn't happen anymore, thank God.
His drop will never get lost.
No, so it used to be, oh my God. It used to be that if you tried to pick up an item and you couldn't pick it up and it hit the floor and it said, well, you can't, you don't have enough storage, and you left, that item would disappear. It would be fucking gone. Now, if you try and pick up an item, now if you try and pick up an item and you can't pick it up, you hit start to send it to storage.
Yes, right. Yeah. That, which I've done already when I was carrying around a bunch of rocks, and that shit's great. And I remember there was a ring that was like specifically for picking up heavy items. Yeah. Just to whatever, you don't got to do that anymore. What is it that causes items to appear behind you in the Nexus?
I have no idea. I don't think I've had that happen.
Okay, because I started up one time, and there was something right behind me, and I was like, oh, that must have...
That might be what you're talking about.
Something must have gotten lost and returned to me,
Cool.
Okay.
That's a significant improvement if that's the way that works.
I assume that's what it was, But yeah, it was quite...
Man,
it's
that game
interesting.
Is dramatically improved by the load times.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Also, I would say the depth of like color, especially like HDR, allows you to actually decipher what's in the darkness from what's not darkness, which was a humongous, kind of annoying problem in the prison. It's kind of it's by design, I know, but like.
The prison was bad, but nothing compared to 5.2. 5.2, that big ass swamp, it didn't have a very good frame rate, and it was a poison swamp, and you move slow. But the biggest problem was that it was visually almost impossible to see if you were even moving forward. That is no longer the case. It's still a deep, dark, dank shithole with low visibility, but they have added a couple light shafts way in the distance on one side, and you can see the little fires on the wall on the other side, so that at the very least you can go, I'm still moving in the same direction or not. It's a huge improvement.
No, this is one of those. This is one of those bits where it's just like, oh, the technology that is current has improved this aspect, because even if visually the game were the same, having a broader range of color and of darkness in particular is a massive step up. And you don't have to just like bullshit your brightness up to a degree that you don't want to, that makes things look bad, to get around the problem either.
Yeah, the Valley also had like a bad draw distance. So there, you actually couldn't. I'm looking at footage now. You actually could not see past a certain point. So there are areas in that swamp that are just like literally like pure darkness in every direction from your character. Like, fuck, that's tough.
Yeah, so that's pretty interesting. I noticed the messaging. I found a bug or two where like you can pull a message up, not dismiss it, and then do some cutscenes and have it stay there the whole time and shit like that.
Oh yeah.
But in the old game, you could rate a message that you left behind a while ago, whereas in this one, I think you got to still be standing next to it. So that's a bit of the most minor of like downgrades for that aspect.
Did you know the game has a pause mode?
Photo mode. Oh my god, I didn't even think of that. You can pause the game. You can pause it now.
It does not stop invasions. If you get invaded, it knocks your ass out of photo mode.
Oh. But as long as you're in, you continue to be wow. That's fucking hilarious, because they did not want you to be able to pause, but now by necessity it's there.
Yeah. and
That,
it's goofy as well. I genuinely think that like any game that FromSoft themselves make will never have a photo mode, because more than the pause feature is the ability to look around corners you shouldn't be able to see.
mm, okay,
Like
okay.
you can walk like, I don't know, like 30 feet away from your character and just look.
Photo mode zooms out and lets you like manipulate like a full.
Oh yeah, you
Yeah,
can move all over
okay.
the place.
Right. That's no good. That is no good. Because talking to fucking what's his name, the shopkeep from the mines there, the
Mhm.
dude you meet right away, when you're talking to him just beneath the patches area, like I remember it's like while the conversation's going, you're hearing the buzzing of the lava flies coming up behind your ass,
Oh yeah,
and you
yeah,
better
yeah.
be fucking like listening and noticing, because you can start taking hits and the thing won't even kick you out. You'll just take damage and die mid conversation,
In the middle of the conversation, yeah, it's
sleeping,
crazy.
you know. So yeah, okay, that's interesting. Well,
So it's one of those things, like playing through it now, because you fucked around with Bloodborne. You've seen at the very least like the latest game, which would be Dark Souls 3, I think. And I'm starting to actually understand. Like, I've made fun of Plague in the past for disliking Bloodborne and disliking the style that the newer games went to, because they're too fast. And I always thought that he was like overdoing it. Going back to playing Demon Souls after watching Paige play Dark Souls 3 the night prior, they're bordering on different genres at this point. It's crazy. Like,
well,
Dark
it's
Souls
hyper.
3 is like an
It's
action game
yeah. Well,
by comparison.
it's hyper versus like traditional slow, right? Like
Yeah.
yeah, you got your Street Fighter 2, you got your Marvel, you got your Sam show.
Like my personal preference is I actually like all of them,
Mm-hmm.
but like I can see exactly what he's talking about, in that like Demon Souls, how do I put this? Demon Souls is not an action game. Enemies have massive vulnerabilities and will stop attacking you for long periods so that you can get up behind them and backstab them
Hmm.
and just leave themselves open constantly.
Or you can shove
But if
them.
they touch, yeah, but if they touch you, you're going to die, right? Like,
Mm-hmm.
and then you get to Dark Souls or a Bloodborne, and like you're trading hits, and it's an action game.
But it's also genre refinement in the sense that any game starts out one way, and as people get good at that thing, the challenge has
Mm-hmm.
to increase. So we've seen it with kart racing games, we've seen it with obviously with fighting games, we've seen it with like just about every genre where people get highly specialized and good at specific things, so that the system has to keep making room for
Yeah,
higher
the
demand, and so it makes sense that the games ended up being faster. You know?
the Demon Souls equivalent to that is what, you running a character using a shield?
Yeah,
Is it a parryable shield?
yeah,
Is parrying not a complete joke in this game?
yeah. It's
It's
pretty fun.
it's like trivially easy compared to the
Mm,
way that it was in later games. And that just kills enemies outright most of the time.
in a lot of cases, it's pretty fucking strong. Yeah.
You get to the final boss of World 5, and he's, it's Garl with that big hammer.
Mm-hmm.
That huge overhead's really easy to parry. You do that 3 times, he's dead, and that's the boss fight. And that was a problem that Gwyn had in Dark Souls 1, where the easiest way to beat him was to just parry him with your hand.
Though, now I'm now feeling it as well. Backstabbing still is less like snappy than it used to be in the
Mhm.
later games. So
Yeah, they've been messing around with that. Over every game has had a slightly different backstab.
yeah, but like but because of the parry and backstab change, you're better off face fucking a couple of enemies than you are trying to get around them in some instances.
Yeah.
You know. Hmm.
It's interesting. I wonder. I assume Elden Ring will play like more like Sekiro. Honestly,
I wouldn't be
Sekiro's fun.
surprised. Yeah, I wouldn't be. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, there's an overall like game feel that is like locking on to things in the environment, not being told what's around every corner, and not being allowed to make too many mistakes. That is gonna be maintained, obviously. But yeah, the Sekiro proved that they're willing to depart pretty far from Souls expectations, especially if they're like, fuck it, we want to make Tenchu again, but Tenchu's a dead franchise. Let's just do this, you know?
Demon Souls is just so weird because it's like there's things in it that are so different that they feel like the kind of ideas a sequel would add. Like the world structure is probably the best one, except for Dark Souls
breaking
1.
it up into separate areas.
Like, do you want to start here? Do you want to go here? Do you want to go here? You want to fight this boss? What boss do you want? Like, it's great.
Looping it all back to one bonfire, technically, instead of
yeah, that's crazy. Going through it. Paige was watching me play, and she's like, well, "When do you get to another, checkpoint?" I'm like, "There's one per level."
Yeah, yeah.
And it's the boss that gives it to you.
Exactly.
That's it.
And if that boss happens to be 10 feet from where you started, then the second checkpoint is right there, and you can see them. That's it. But no, I'm fucking loving it and having a blast. And I also have not played one of these games in a long enough period of time that I kind of, felt, and I haven't went back to pop one in to revisit either. So I'm just enjoying the overall leveling up process and building out the character and deciding how to play it. And and I'm making mistakes. I might be putting things dumping stats into the wrong place and finding out the hard way what some of these decisions lead to. But that's also how I kind of, I guess, internalize why we should be going one way or another.
Hey, now that you got a PS5 and you've been playing Demon's Souls, let me ask you how you feel about this controller.
Fucking fantastic. Really good. The only non-issue, there's two non-issues I'm having, and I'm labeling them as non-issues because that's exactly what they are. The first non-issue is every time I want to either go to the home menu or pull up the not home menu, I'm getting the opposite because they've reversed what holding a long press and tapping a short press do.
Oh, they totally have. You're 100% right.
So that's fucking me up every single time. It used to be hold for small menu, tap for long menu, and now it's the other way around. So god damn it. At that we'll just have to get used to it. And the second one is I'm used to sweeping my thumb up from the bottom of in between the analog sticks in order to hit that PS button. But now when I do it, I hit the mute button on the mic instead. So that secondary button placement in the location under the PS button is accidentally causing me to hit that when I mean to hit the PS button. Non-issues. Super duper minor. We'll get used to them with time. But nonetheless, those are the closest things I have to complaints about it.
I love that microphone button. I absolutely love it. Thank you, darling.
If I played games that used the microphone, I'm sure I would love it too.
So here's why I love it. When you go into the settings, and you can do this if you like, and set the microphone to literally always turn off the second you log in to your PlayStation, the fucking button glows orange to let you know, dude, don't worry, you're muted.
Nice.
Which, man, so when you are muted, it glows. Which, good, because I want to be muted. I don't want to be playing the Apex Legend and have the default setting be, mic talk and me be talking shit about whatever, and people are like, oh my god, is that Pat? Why are you talking shit about whatever? I'm like, no, that's embarrassing. I want to privately talk shit about my teammates and scream at them in a constructive way, in that you get toxic where no one can hear you.
I would like it
But
if
more
I.
than that, by the way, it records you when you get your trophies.
Oh, that thing. Yeah, sure.
It
So
records your voice
uh-huh.
as well as your video when you get trophies.
Having a big gamer moment going, yeah, look, we did it. It's totally what's going to happen, I'm sure.
Yeah.
It'd be nice if we can get an option to, change those press functions. It'd be nice if I could do a particularly long press to go straight to a turn off the controller type thing, or turn off the game, turn off the system, etc. Because or even just changing the usage of the power button. Because now that I'm not using rest mode, every time you press the power button on its face, it automatically goes to rest mode. So the only way to power it down is with the controller option, manually selecting power off.
I did not know that.
Yep. Touching the button sends it to rest mode. Sucks, but this is what it is. I also miss themes. Maybe we'll get them one day.
Don't worry. You'll get them.
Yeah. I like a good theme. Although right now it's like the game you're highlighting takes over the whole theme technically, so.
Yeah.
So that's all cool. Demon Souls is great. So I'm doing some of that. I did a couple of other things of note. In particular, the other bit was, set up the office, played some Demon Souls, and then on Saturday, I got a toy that I had a lot of fun with.
Tell me about your toy.
This toy that I'm holding up is the Mario Kart Live Home Tour toy. And it is a RC that has a camera built on top of Mario's head right over here. And you control it using a Switch game that is Mario Kart. And then it basically creates an AR environment wherever you drive by putting up these cardboard gates as parts of the track. It's really cool, and it's the kind of game that, again, the 10-year-old inside of me would have fucking freaked out to have when I was younger. Because that
would have blown my mind for sure.
Right? It's your toys in real life playing along. It's the same thing that the Skylanders kids would have fun with, except in this case, it's literally driving through your house, you know? And Punch Mom was like super fascinated and recording it and sending it to friends and family and stuff, being like, look at this cool thing, you know? It seems like a pretty awesome Christmas gift for people, legitimately, that any kids that have a Switch or whatever. This is a perfect type of thing, especially given quarantine. Because I basically got to spend a little bit of Saturday putting together this little obstacle course to drive through in my house, and it was fun to do so. What was not fun was discovering that the way the system works is it does not use Wi-Fi to connect to the internet at all. It uses your Wi-Fi to connect to the car, and thus the car must be within 5 feet of the Switch at all times. If you are playing, if you're playing at home and you have the Switch undocked with you, and you happen to be either sitting in the middle of the course that you set up, or want to walk around it or behind it, that's not that big of a problem. But it sucks because you have to walk around the fucking thing, right? So, the thing that you want to do is set it down on your TV and drive your thing throughout your house. But if it goes more than a couple feet away, the signal gets weak and it stops fucking working. So it sucks in that respect because it's the main draw, you know? So for example, the way my house is set up is the Switch is next to the TV, which is in the living room on the right corner, right? So the range that the car could drive to was basically the entire living room and then it would round the corner and get to just about where my couch is from the old podcast setup, and it would die right around there, right around the couch, you know. So like basically where these where my shelves are. Sucks. So then I'm like, well, this is going to be a fucking problem for recording, because obviously if you want to record yourself playing this game, you got to be docked. Because how else are you going to fucking hook into your capture device? So this led to me running out to basically solve the problem with 60 feet of HDMI cable.
That will solve the problem.
So I went
Kind of.
to a
It'll
store.
give you a new problem.
And unfortunately, I forgot that it was Black Friday weekend. So
Oh, you dumbass.
I was not paying attention to that part. And there was a line. Spaced and socially distanced and such, so that's nice. However, it took a while and I was waiting in the cold, and that sucked. But I did get in, and I did get myself technically 120 feet of cable, really, because I wanted to be safe, because I didn't know if I'd have to wire anything back. But yeah, I then took a 60-foot HDMI cable and ran it from my kitchen table to the living room, and then had the Switch in the living room, and we were able to race around the middle part of the house relatively fine. So there's a not great solution, but it worked, and thankfully the range that you can use the wireless controllers at is much greater than 5 feet, which the car is limited to, so we were able to do it, and it was fine. So yeah, threw the gates down, basically took a bunch of shit off the walls and off my shelves and just threw it on the ground, and created a little track where you had to drive through the apartment, drive up into the kitchen, and do some stuff. It was being called an unintentional apartment tour, and I guess that's kind of what you get out of it, although mainly just driving around like Punch Mom's feet and shit like that. And it was a good time. And I would absolutely recommend this if you are not excessively competitive. You should be okay. However, Reggie, unfortunately, kind of ended up breaking himself due to sheer salt at his inability to catch up to my record on time trial. And we both choked, but he just choked so hard that he kind of died that night. And he was like, he tapped out, and he's like, I don't want to play anymore. I don't want to do anything. I just need to sit here, and I need my water. And it was quite a legendary choke.
That's sad, because that's a toy. That's a toy that destroyed his heart.
A toy did in fact destroy him thoroughly. But you know, it's okay. I said, you know what? You sit there. I'll take over. And then for the last half of Saturday, I popped in 5SE and I did some Virgil Bloody Palace. Now, I did it a little earlier than I wanted to, because I want to stream a proper run when I think I have a chance of beating it. But I know that, like, considering I haven't done a full run yet, that I'm not there. Yeah. So I kind of was in the middle of like floor 20. So then I just popped it in to see how far I'd go, because I'm like, all right, let's just show the people a little premature. You know, let's show the people a little premature bloody practice. And I got to floor 62.
That's a lot farther.
Yeah, but like, and again, it was just I was like, oh, okay, I know what killed me here. It was just a bad play against you know, like a floor that's otherwise handleable if you prioritize your shit. So I think it'll be, you know, I think it'll be a clean run to 99 when I'm hoping to get ready and be able to do it before the end of the new year, but we'll see. And in the meantime, I was just like introducing him to Devil May Cry mechanics and like how fucking cool it is to see what in his brain is a Marvel character. Being like, you're seeing the source of all of these moves in its original context. So yeah, that was fun.
I've been playing DMC5 SC myself, and going with Virgil straight into LDK mode is kind of miserable for a couple levels before you are able to buy all of the moves.
Oh yeah, basic Virgil needs some time. Well, basic everyone needs some time. You have to really like pick your shots and like you're limited, but you can't really like concentrate and style as hard as you want to without a lot of your stuff.
It's also really funny because Virgil seems custom built for the mode with the huge. I mean, he has 4 screen clears,
As he was in 4.
Yeah, but like still, it's like I'm going into fights and I'm like, God, I hope I have enough concentration and meter to just do Judgment Cut as the first move, so that I can turn this into a regular Devil May Cry fight instead of this. It's the riots. It's the lizards, like the giant groups of the lizards that fuck me up. It's like, oh my God, I can't.
Yeah, you're gonna run into again, not riots. What's the red ones called? The teleporters. You're gonna run into a couple Fury rooms that are the no, you don't. You delete this fight now, or this is the end. And yeah, what's interesting too is that like there is a pattern that you can follow too, where you can feed DT in to your Judgment Cut, still have your and like keep that going, and then end off with World of V to clear off all the concentration essentially. But if you have and so like you can get 2 basically in a lot of cases.
Don't start with World of V. That'll blow your concentration.
Don't start with it. No. But like you can delete fights if you want. Excuse me, if you want to.
I think the funniest thing about it, and I don't know if it's the case on the Xbox Series X, but do you remember when the press release was like, "We're bringing the special edition Legendary Dark Knight mode because the power of next gen is required to fully appreciate Legendary Dark Knight mode in all its glory." And like I'm playing through it, I'm like, dude, I'm able to crunch this game's frame rate down if I want to. Like you LDK mode, you can fucking get that. I got it down to like 15 fucking frames.
You want to hit that small room in the second area of the streets level, and then when the 20 or 30 guys in the small room spawn in, do World of V in there.
So the way that I got it to just fall apart is that the mission 1 when you're on the bridge, what you do is you stand in a spot so that the burning car is like right in front of the camera, so that all the enemies are seen through the heat haze effect.
Oh yeah, okay.
And then you do like World of V or Judgment Cut, and the game just it's like, yeah, right, power of next gen, fuck off.
Interesting. I'll see what it's like.
Granted, if it was the old version, the game would probably crash if you did that instead.
I'm curious to see that on between PS5 and X series, because I don't know if it's the same on both cases or not. Like that's a worthy test.
Yeah, that's that game specifically.
Did you practice your Judgment Cuts?
It's really hard.
It's really hard.
It's so hard.
It's so satisfyingly difficult. I love it. I love how hard it is.
And it's been so long since I've done a Judgment Cut that I had to go to Twitter and be like, are the second, third, and fourth ones taps or secondary, tertiary holds? They are holds. And then once I saw that, I'm like, okay. And so I can't just frame the first one ever.
But you can.
No, I can't.
Yes, yeah. If you just frame the first one, then you're getting 3. If you do it after, if you do regular and then just frame, you're getting the 4.
So I can, however, always just frame the second one.
Yep, that is the easiest.
And then and then I can't do the third one at all.
Yes, this is about right. Yeah. So that's like, in terms of like the most obtainable, the second one is the one you can get. It's the cleanest. The others are
'cause
just go fuck
the,
yourself.
the animation is the easiest to actually feel the change. That being said, even a default judgment cut followed by a just frame judgment cut is still like that's doing fine by me.
Very, very
It's
powerful.
very good.
Yes. Now try doing it in the air. Now try
The
doing
air, I can't do it. The animation's so goofy that I can't.
do a sequence in the air, and then in between them do a trick down and then a trick back
Shut
up.
No, I don't want to.
There's a dude on Twitter styling in that way. Trick down aerial judgment cuts, just frame. And I'm like, go
shut up.
fuck yourself and your entire family. That is the sickest, rawest shit I've ever seen.
I need a new TV to do that. I don't have a good TV.
It was glorious. It was
I have 2
fucking
frames
glorious.
of input lag, so I can't do it. That's why I can't do it. If
And
I
for
had
the record, you got to trick down,
TV, I could do
which is not just tapping the trick button in a direction, but you got to back forward specifically to trick down back, because trick down back requires that input. Every other trick direction is manual.
The trick down input in that game is bizarre.
It's 4SE.
It was weird there too.
Well,
it's
so
really bizarre to do back forward button to teleport backwards.
4 introduces like the weird inputs that 3 didn't have, right? Like 4 introduced back forwards and 360s into play. And I mean, because Pandora kind of called for it in a way. So like, but then you know like maximum bet and shit like that. They just went like, what else have we done? We already have hold. We have lock on hold. We have lock on rear hold. You know, so they're just like, all right, we're not gonna ask you to do a fucking quarter circle because your back is towards the camera. But what's the equivalent of doing a quarter circle if your back is towards the camera? I guess back forward, and we imagine that there's a like an L3 down in there, you know. I don't, you get used to it. I don't mind it. It took a second, but I got used to it in 4 so that it felt a lot more natural in 5. If anything,
that's a good game.
If anything, I would say that getting used to 360s took me more time because you didn't have to do them that often in 4, and meanwhile playing as V, you're gonna royal fork often, so you better fucking land it, and you want to do it like, you know, more than just a single 360, because I feel like a lot of times it would come up a little shallow. I feel like doing like a clean GEEF 360 doesn't land it when I want it, but if I do
540s for World of V.
Yeah, you can, exactly, right? Like I feel like I got to go more than a 360 just to get 100% confirmation on it. Yeah. So 5SE ballin', very cool.
It is balling, yes.
Did you see those new cutscenes yet at all, or?
I watched them. Yeah, they're good.
Oh yeah, okay, right. Yeah, we talked about that last week. So that was on stream. And then, get into fighting games. We revisited Arcus Chroma, which is a really awesome indie fighting game by GX Grainsun. I highly recommend everyone go check it out. It's on his itch.io, so it's a gxgrainsun.io, I believe. It is a neat little fighting game where you have these it's like a fun art style that's very much his own, with a lot of colors that are very much his own, and a style and a mood and an aesthetic that I really dig. And the game feel is fantastic because it's essentially a simple fighting game in the sense that it's got light, medium, heavy, burst, and dodge, and a throw rather, and there's no jump. So all aerial movement is completely denied, and it's all about bobbing and weaving back and forth with a nice little Dudley style ducking, or
Wooly, can I ask you to hold that thought for a bit? I have to take a quick break.
do what you got to
Quite
do.
quickly. I will be back in a short period. Excuse me. I'll explain when I'm back.
Hey, we're back. What happened?
So, to video viewers of the live variety, this will be a little more clear, but I'll break down what happened over the last 5 minutes. The wonderful cat Elmo, a fluffy boy that I love very much, came over, and I was petting on him. And then I picked up the cat, and as I held the cat, I thought to myself, does this cat have an entire log of shit stuck in his butt hair? And I put down the cat, and I stared at him, and sure enough, He had a grape-sized dingleberry dangling
Ah.
off of his butt, which I just handled personally.
No. No.
So I had to call down Peach Saliva. So she hold the cat as we extracted the poop from his butt. I love that cat. He is a little old, so occasionally he doesn't do the best job with the pooping. So we have to help him.
I will take a million piss stained couch fucking moments over that. That's
What
the
about
one.
wiping a dog's butt? You ever wiped a dog's butt before?
I mean, as long as that's the only place you have to focus on, you don't want a crime scene.
Yeah, because bulldogs, their butts are weird, so you got to wipe their butt.
That's fine. Just as long as the crime
like they're a
scene,
baby.
as long as it's localized entirely to the the source, if you would, the spawn point. You know, don't let it escape. Don't. Oh God. All right. Well, you did a very good job at hiding that, and I feel as if you're continuing to.
I didn't want to hide it per se. I mainly just didn't want a bunch of cat shit to fly out onto the screen.
Well, so far, yeah. So far as the pet excretion issue has increased in frequency, there has been a healthy lack of visual horror, and you've kept it off camera, so that's good. So I'm glad about that.
Elmo's getting a little older, so sometimes he do the you know, and Geef, however, is getting older, and he doesn't have accidents anymore.
Okay. Well,
he always goes to the door and goes, and we let him out. And then he tries to eat apple cores off the street, but then he pees.
The Venn diagram of the age problem is not overlapping at maximum anymore.
No.
Okay.
There was a very short period. There was one day where the cat like pooped and like peed and got pee on his paws, and then the dog shit all over the bathroom at the same time. And that was the day.
All right. Well, you know,
that was the day. That was the nom
level
of pet ownership.
Level 1 alert is oh fuck BRB. Level 2 alert is when I can see the reason for the BRB.
Level 3 is you can smell it.
Level 3 is they can hear it on the MP3. That's level 3.
I never thought it would happen like this, but the day we got Zangief and he was the tiniest little baby puppy, he took the steamingest diarrhea ever directly onto our bedroom floor, and it made like the splatter butthole flapper noise for like 20 seconds, and I couldn't believe it. I was in awe.
It's good.
It's like he was firing it out of a backed up squirt gun.
It's good. Like that hippo farting video.
But he was a tiny little baby puppy. He was so small.
Hey, if you ever feel like ruining your day, go YouTube hippo fart.
All right. I'll go ruin my day right now. Don't you? Well, you know I'm still like that. I'll look. Wait, why is the autocomplete explosion? Why is the auto? I'll watch this. I'll watch anything.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Now I gotta skip to the part that you gotta get to the good part.
I mean, it goes.
That's pretty funny.
It's got
That's pretty good.
Yep.
Yeah, good for him.
Yep. Well, anyway, There's some length on it. Hey, I would like to apologize to GX Grainson for interrupting me talking about his great video game with detour into pet and eventually hippo farts. That's
Hey,
not
man.
the respect your game deserves.
That's fighting games. That's fighting games right there.
That's not where
Never know what you're gonna get.
intended this discussion to go, but here we are. And no, the game is better than that, and it deserves to have some respect put on its name. So Arcus Chroma is what it's called, and I recommend you check it out. We played it back in the day. We also played Hyper Hitboxing, the game it was based on, in which you are, again, no jump button. Your jump is replaced with a dodge that is a nice ducking Dudley kind of weave. Also similar to a Steve Fox Albatross. Very cool. And you have a spot dodge on, like, if you press it normally, you spot dodge. If you press it with a tilt, you dodge backwards or forward and through the person you're fighting. So that's how you can kind of get cross-up situations happening.
By the way, congrats on being the top 2 results for when you search Arcus Chroma into YouTube.
Hell yeah. That's cool. If you hit, I think up in medium, there's a universal overhead, so third strike style with that. So that is a little aerial move. But for the most part, you're playing a game of really fun, like just ground-based footsies and dodging and rolling and weaving and throwing and block strings. And it's all the shit I like. It's like playing Little Mac Mirrors in Smash. You know how fun a Little Mac Mirror is?
It's pretty fun.
It's the
like
best.
Playing a different fighting game.
It is. Little Mac Mirrors rule. And this is very similar to that.
Playing a Little Mac Mirror lets you, for just a second, think that maybe the guy next to you at the meetup might not be a pedophile.
The game's name is Arcus Chroma.
For just a second.
And, yeah, it was pretty... So when I first played it, it had 4 characters. We then went back to it, and now there's 8. So there's no, 12, excuse me. 8 characters were added. So now there's a roster of 12, including Hyper Hitboxer, who was the boxer from the first game that GX made. So there is a fucking sweet-ass boxing character that has the rush down abilities, the moves, the counters, all the stuff I love. And yeah, it's a fun way to see like some character archetypes sort of stripped down to their most essential. There's a big heavy character that is essentially puts a slow fireball on screen that acts almost like Yoga Catastrophe, and then can walk forward with it, and also can like Dawson poke you through the ground, or use like extended hitboxes on you and things like that. So poke you into him from full screen. So it's like zoning in that kind of way. You've got some like characters that are like almost like Ibuki throwing out kunai, but like teleports with the kunai, and then the kunai stays on the ground, and then they can mix you up by teleporting to where the kunai is or throwing out another one in front.
I like that.
Right?
I'm a big fan of I threw an object and now I can teleport to that object. It was the one cool thing about 15.
It's the fucking early ass Naruto Zabza moment where the spinning wind shuriken turns into a Naruto behind him. It's that over and over again if you want. Really, really strong character, really fun. There's a slow but very hard slashing Samsho-esque frog in a full samurai outfit that has a parry. Just really fun cast, really great stuff, and yeah, I think it deserves some attention, especially seeing as it's got like a much bigger roster now, and he's continuing to build it up, and the pictures seem to indicate that he's going for a huge roster. Like the full size of the cast is one of those like like the Skullgirls, like here's all the concept characters, like he has one of those and it's like, oh yeah, this is going to like maybe like 30 or something like that. So keep an eye out for Arcus Chroma. Go look at it. You can play it now on GX Grain Sun is his Twitter, and on his itch.io. So we played that. And then
Before you go on, I have a quick
Mhm.
question that is not technically related. It's just you jogged my mind, and it reminded me of a conversation we had many years ago. Because you mentioned Yoga Catastrophe,
Mhm.
which is an incredible name for a move.
Mhm.
It's absolutely fantastic. And it conjures up all sorts of mental images that are not what the actual move is.
Yeah,
It's a slow moving fireball.
like the
But
events of the Bikram movie. Anyway.
and it also made me think of the other Street Fighter super move, which name I think never made you fail to giggle at least a little, which is Tiger Genocide.
Yeah. That
And I
was
was
pretty
wondering
good too.
which one you actually prefer.
Tiger Genocide is a very visual. It's a much stronger visual. So I'm gonna go with that one. Um, shout outs to Jaguar Revolver.
That's a good one.
That's all right. That's not too bad. But
It's because it's supposed to be a tiger committing a genocide, like he's gonna
Yes.
kill you, but it never reads like that. It reads
No.
like Sagat's gonna do this deep kick to every tiger
all of them,
in the world.
every single one. Yeah. And it also reads like another episode of fucking. It reads like an update to the Carol Baskin story, really.
Yeah.
Um.
That just sprinkled into my mind about, oh man, Wooly loves to laugh at tiger genocide, and then I started laughing.
There was a fucking one of the best threads ever on the subreddit was like just awesome move names, and it was yeah I fucking anyway whatever. Good move names are underappreciated. I feel like there was the first version of that was okay after everyone did the whole like it's your dick but it's the nickname for your dick but it's a movie. You know?
Yeah, of course.
That's the obvious one, and everyone goes through those. And I'm like, nah, okay. And then I remember I had like maybe 15 years ago, like on Facebook, like nickname for your dick, but it's a fighting game move. Yeah. And then it's like, okay, now you gotta reach in big. You know, now you gotta actually, yeah. So.
I love it. Ah, all right. Sorry for that aside. It's I needed to talk about tiger genocide.
That's fine.
What else you got?
Psycho Crusher. Yep. Cannon Drill. Correct. Power Geyser. Obviously.
Power Guys is pretty good.
You know, Buster Wolf. It's in there. Uh-huh. Yep. You know what it is. Gigantic Tiger. Thank you. Yep. Just let it, you know, give it its time. Let it do. Raging Demon is you know, you can...
So, someone in chat asks, what is Ivy's big grab move called? It's called Summon Suffering.
Ivy's big grab is Summon Suffering. That's correct. Exactly. Dynamic Entry. Good candidate. Oil Slide. Yep. Okay.
They're all good.
They're all great. They're all great. Enjoy Time. Enjoy Time.
Whose move is Enjoy Time?
Enjoy Time is Birdie drinking the fucking hot sauce
Oh, jeez.
and getting all lit up.
I played Birdie. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, Enjoy Time. Enjoy Time is a strong candidate. It's good. It's good. What the fuck was I even saying? Yes, it's a good. Check out Arcus Chroma. It's good. that's pretty much it. And then I just wanted to let people know that that wasn't the only game we revisited. We popped in. We took a nice little detour to the side of town labeled Fate. Are you familiar with Fate?
I am familiar with my own tweets about Fate.
Were you aware that Fate was going to be a topic of discussion on the 96th episode of
I
House of
was
Super
actually
Beasts?
genuinely aware. In fact, here's how it went down. I was streaming, and then, or maybe Paige was streaming, and then somebody said, Woolie's playing Fate, and I went, fuck.
Yes, that's what I played.
Then I went on November 29th at 12:43 a.m. after discussing the topic with Buttons. I said, Fate is bad, and I do not like it, in all lowercase.
I played fuck.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that is the acronym, isn't it? How's fuck?
Fuck is good. Fuck is fun. Fuck was, it was fun the first time, I remember. And then I got to play it again a couple other times. I got to play Fuck at MagFest. And then I remember we did an episode on Fuck a while ago, and I always wanted to revisit it. So I did. And it's just as fun as I remembered. And it was great. It was especially fun this time around because we got to do it with a bunch of other people. Some strangers came in and showed off some crazy new advanced tech. Well, not really new, but some tech I'd never seen before. And they styled pretty hard. So all in all, would recommend. Good times. Of course,
recommend playing fuck to everybody.
It's playing fuck, getting some strangers to show you what's up is always dope. The only problem...
You're doing this on purpose.
The only problem is when everyone starts coming in with all the fuck lore, and they start wanting to give you all the lore about fuck. That's where you're like, okay.
I don't care about the fuck lore.
I'm not here for the lore. I'm not here for the backstory. I'm not here for the extensive details and
I don't care
reasons for transformations.
What your name is. I don't care how you got here. I don't care about your backstory.
I'm here to play.
I just want to know if you're fun to play in fuck.
I'm here to play. Yep. And that we did. And it was good. Fate Unlimited Codes is one of those games. Now the thing about it is I tell the story every time. It's not really a story. It's more just like I remember when I first heard about it, and I was like, oh shit. Well, here. I remember I learned about Tsukihime, the visual novel, and then I learned that there was a game called Melty Blood that is a fighting game that was based on that world. And I was like, this is cool, and it was fun, and it's a good fighting game. It was by French Bread, and everything was really nice. Then I heard they announced... Then there was the anime, which I did go and watch, and I was like, all right, we'll put that over there. But Ciel is cool. And then I heard that, the Nasuverse was expanding, and they had a new series coming out called Fate/Stay Night. Fate/Stay Night, or so. And I was like, well, that's... Sure, I guess, Tsukihime finished and you want to make a new story. So here it is. And they showed off the new protagonist, and it was this blonde girl, and she had a wind sword and some big armor. And I was like, okay, cool. That's their new thing. And then I was like, well, I'll get around to that at some point, but whatever. And then I remember all my friends were watching it, and everyone was like, yo, Fate/Stay Night, it's cool, check it out and stuff. And I was like, oh yeah, it's the second thing they or not the second thing, but their new thing is good. Okay, cool. But I never bothered. And then I saw more character designs from it. And then at whatever point Unlimited Blade Works occurred, it exploded in popularity, and everyone was quoting it, and it was suddenly a big old deal. And friends on, like, what, whatever message was. I know it wasn't Messenger. It wasn't that old, but like friends on like perhaps their Facebooks were like making references to it and putting it on their profiles and things like that, and it was becoming a thing. And then everyone was talking about Archer, and I was like, okay. And then I wondered, as I saw some of these character designs, if the the Melty Blood folks would ever take a crack at this series, and then they didn't. But eventually Capcom did, and I was like, oh, that's cool, or that's big. That's Capcom. They make the fighting games. That's a big old step up. And then they made this, and it was like 3D, and I was like, they went away from sprites. Oh well, but whatever. Let's try it. And it is kind of wacky, kind of jank, kind of busted, but very fun in that it's really loose. And if you want to fucking touch of death somebody, you pretty much can. They have their bursts, so why not just make it like insanely busted and aggressive and mean if you get good enough to do it. It's fun jank, and I legitimately enjoy when the crazy shit starts happening, because I remember always liking how fast it was, and how kind of like things would combo in situations where you're like, there's no reason that should have hit, but fuck it, I guess I'll take it. And then we play on Parsec, and then we get some connections where some pros come on, and I love it because like when I tweet out, hey, I'm playing some game and I'm gonna play on Parsec, and some FGC fucking some people sitting in the darkest corners of the discords of these games will like, the light will shine on their statue, and the statue will crack open, and they'll free themselves and fucking be like, let's go blow someone up on stream then, shall we? And so someone jumped on.
I arise from my slumber.
Indeed.
Ooh, there goes.
To blow someone up on stream for one night and validate the game. So we got to see some crazy ass fucking combos with Lancer, who ended up being my main, and then we got to see what a proper archer looks like. And I have to say, just because of the way his mechanics work, it's fucking sick when he's doing his system properly, because Archer's whole deal is you do the unlimited Blade Works prayer, right? I'm sure you've seen the meme.
I have heard it.
I'm sure you've heard it. It's English as fuck. I am the bread of my spine, whatever he says. You have to do every line of it, and each line of it is a super input, and it cancels out of whatever you're doing, and it takes its meter and it builds up his little extra sword meter, and it never can't not be English. It has to be the hardest English ever, no matter how high budget it gets, including that super recent one where they put so much money into it, but the dude is still going, I'm the board of my son. he's geesing all over with all the money. So he's comboing the shit out of you, and every couple of hits, he cancels into the next line of the prayer to build the full thing up. And as he cancels, he can resume the combo so it doesn't get dropped. And if you don't have the meter to burst out of it, he can do every line of the prayer into the "and so I pray" unlimited Blade Works activation, and before you drop, he hits you with it, and you get impaled on all the swords and completely wiped in one string. And it's kind of magic to see it happen.
That sounds cool.
It's sick. It's fucking awesome. And I really wish fighting games had more of that kind of fun in them, where you just style in these crazy ways. It's fucking awesome, and I'm so glad it happened on stream this week in the episode.
Sounds like somebody needs to start watching a bunch of animes to get more of that English Blade Works.
Well, of course, if the game just because you play Fate Unlimited Codes and you sing the anime song in the intro or in the title screen, it doesn't mean you're going to get the answer to why little Japanese boys can turn into large black men. But the answers lie in the heart of fate. There's only one place to go for those, you know? How cute did your favorite historical figure turn out? What form of waifu did they become? There's only one way to find out. And more importantly, if not most importantly, once you discover who that waifu is and how cute they look as a historical figure, how many stars are they worth when you pull them?
I don't know, Wooly. I don't know.
So yeah, Fate was fun. Fuck in particular. And as long as I play it with a stick a distance in between, and I keep it on that level, and I'm like, oh yeah, there's Archer, he did the thing, and she's got the wind sword, and that's the guy who says people die when they're killed. And I know that in context it makes more sense, but out of context it's hilarious, even though people are probably tired of it at this point. And so on and so forth. And now everyone's going to argue about this versus that or whatever the case is. And oh, well, hey, look, they have the priest guy. And he's got the long coat. And he's got pretty much the same voice actor and moves as Nero Chaos, who was in Tsukihime. So that's a cool, like, thing that's kind of similar between those worlds. Yeah. Yeah. And their names are hidden because they're just giving classes instead, because you have to keep it a secret what your true form is or your true name is or something. Anyway, yeah.
What?
Fate.
What's the what?
Like he's an archer, but he's not. He's not. That's not his name. That's his class. And Lancer is a class, and Berserker is a class. Game? But their real truths, like Saber, is just because I guess she has like a saber or so. But, you know, because if anyone found out that, I guess if she was King Arthur, then they'd be able to, I don't know.
Wait a second. You just said Archer's got the Unlimited Blade Works thing?
Doesn't he? I believe he does, yeah.
And that uses swords?
It does. But
he's an archer.
But if you switch into his archer mode, he pulls out a bow and arrow and he uses the bow and arrow to fight. So you can switch to the bow and arrow mode.
That's stupid. That's a dumb class. A class shouldn't be able to use swords.
Well, you see, because he's got sword mode, but then he's got archer mode.
Does his name change to sword mode?
I don't think it does, but I don't know.
Yeah, hello, I'm sword mode. Pleased to meet you.
And I guess again he's got to hide his true identity as the main character, that little Japanese kid who goes through some shit.
The guy that says that people die when they are killed?
Something like that. He turns into that somehow. I don't know. That kid turns into that, or he also turns into a big black man. and it's not 100% clear how and why, but hey, how about that Xerxes, right?
The girl with the hair and the red looks cool, I guess.
He was behind Leonidas that one time. Stuff. I don't really know. I don't really know. But that's the point. So here we are.
You know what? I'm going to determine via a very scientific process whether or not Fate deserves to continue to exist.
Okay, can I bring one more point to the table?
Yes.
I would like to present Exhibit B. B stands for Bazette. And the first time I popped the game in and saw that, I was like, oh, fuck yeah. And then when we played it each time, I was like, fuck yeah. That? So you might remember last time we played this, I went right over to that part of the character select screen.
Of course. It's just a chick in a suit.
and you can install her punches for big strength.
I see.
So she has
All
nice
right.
big rock'em sock'em fucking
I'm
combos.
gonna type something into.
And if you do back forward button, then she ducks in and then just does a body up.
Well, YouTube has failed me. I guess Fate is bad. Wait.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking for. Okay, yeah, I saw a German suplex. They did an anime at some point
Okay.
where they had a German suplex happen in the Fate show, so
Okay.
it can continue to exist. I'm shocked that actually worked.
As long as it has one of those.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a good one. It blew up the floor.
But does it save the entire franchise or just that specific entry? Because
No, I'm just saying. Wait, what entry? No, stop it. There's only no. No, I refuse this.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you unaware?
No,
Fate Stay Night is.
I'm not unaware.
Fate Stay Night is step 1.
No.
You also got your Fate Hollow Ataraxia, your Tiger Coliseum, Fate Unlimited Codes, Fate Extra, Fate Grand Order, Fate Extelia, Fate Zero,
are you looking
Fate
at a list?
Kyliad, Inner Prisma Ilia, Fate Apocryphia, Fate Strange Fake, The Case of Lord L. Malloy II, Today's Menu for the Emiya family. No?
Okay, no. This is how I'm gonna live my life. Oh, people are into that Fate, huh? There's one show called Fate, and it's just really long and inconsistent.
Oh, I was just talking about the video games and print media. If you're talking about the TV show and the anime, then you got Fate Stay Night, Zero, Fate Kyliad, Inner Prisma Ilia, Two Way. You got Unlimited Blade Works, Fate Apocrypha, Fate Today's Menu for the Emiya family, Fate Last Encore.
Again with the menu.
Yeah, it's the anime version this time. Fate Rail Zeppelin Grace Note, Fate Absolute Demonic Front Babylonia. Hey, that's a pretty cool name. Then you got Fate Vow in the Snow, Fate Heaven's Feel, Presage Flower, Lost Butterfly Spring Song.
Yeah. While you continue to do this, I will have a dance party with my dog. Da 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 da.
We're done. We're done.
Are we done?
Fate Carnival Phantasm.
I knew it. Hey, I have a question. This shit sounds super cool. What should I start with?
Okay, here's this. Without any form of understanding or guide whatsoever, I am going to guess based on nothing, on just osmosis, that Fate Stay Night is where it started, so you should probably start there. And then the other one people talk about is Fate Zero. And then everyone hates Grand Order, but it seems to also be important. So then there's that. So my guess, with no fucking anything out of my ass, out of the fourth ass chamber, I'm saying Stay Night and then Zero and then Go, but beware that Go is bad. This is what I think is the watching order for Fate.
All right. So, to my knowledge, the actual route, if you want to watch a Fate anime, is you must first play and beat all routes of the 2004 visual novel. because every single anime after that is an adaptation of various parts of varying quality. Which means, hey, I'd like to watch anime. Okay, let me just crack out this completionist 99.5 hour end.
Yeah.
No thanks.
See, but I will also tell you with a straight face to go play Yoko Taro's bullshit because it's alternate endings of other things developed into their own worlds. You know, I will, with the straightest face, to go tell you to go fucking experience all of that shit. Learn about the Drakengard ending that leads to the fucking world you love.
I would rather watch Fooly Cooly in its entirety 198 times. Original Fooly Cooly. Than play through that goddamn visual novel.
Okay, but you see, what I don't know is when the mobile game steps into the picture and takes over your life.
The mobile game steps into the picture once you've decided that you don't have a life left to take over.
Now to be fair, I was in Japan watching my dear friend pop in yen after yen into the machine, and then it would print out cards, and then the characters you would draw from the machine would fight in the game, but then you'd get a physical printer of the card to collect, and then it would somehow feed back into the mobile game. And I don't know exactly what was going on, but all I know is that she got a lot poorer, but she was very happy about it.
That's how it happens.
All right. Well,
I think we've done a good service to the Fate community by engaging with them about their thing.
Agreed. In fact, I think this can be a reference point for any future Fate discussion, if anyone wants to know.
I have a legitimate question, actually.
Mm-hmm.
I have a real question.
Mm-hmm.
You can respond to me on Twitter, and if I get a good answer in the near future, I will bring it up on the podcast. I'm going to assume there is more context than nonsense when that dude says that people die when they are killed.
Yes, I've had hard confirmation. I've had hard confirmation that has a perfectly reasonable context in the moment. Yes.
Okay.
Totally.
What is that?
I don't know.
Okay, see, that's the actual question.
I don't know the context, but I did get told that it does have context.
Also, is that the same guy who fucks that fish?
See, that I can't help you with.
Hold on, let me check. It's a image of I will now proceed. No, that's code gas, where he fucks the fish.
Yeah, those are the weird big eye clamp people.
Yeah, it was I will now proceed to pleasure myself with this fish,
Right.
which might be a fake subtitle. I don't really care.
Oh,
I don't care.
Yeah, that's okay. That's the one where it's big old chess and Lelouch and Mecha, and where a lot of people swear by it as potentially being one of my favorite things ever if I would just sit down and give it a chance. So
People trying to tell me that it is in fact a joke. I don't think you hear me right now. I don't care. I want it to be real, and since I will never watch the show, it's as good as real to me. That dude fucks the fish afterwards.
Yeah, Fate. It's so there's a bit of a weird feeling in seeing how insanely popular this franchise turned out to be and how it became just this bank maker for them, because like I remember at the time knowing only Tsukihime that like I thought Fate Stay Night was going to be the next thing, and then after that they were going to make like some other brand new thing and just, keep that going. But it's like, nah, this shit blew up in the right way. So everything has that word in front of it with the slash and the lowercase f.
Yeah,
and
I'm a little confused as to why Fate in particular was the one to really explode.
I don't know. But seeing it from the ground floor, it seems like the band that you liked, then like some of the people went on to make a second band, and then that version of the band went fucking stratospheric.
Because like the really frustrating answer that when you ever ask somebody, hey, I wonder why this thing got really popular, and the answer they give you is because it's just so much better than everything else, and you're like, wow, that is an incredibly unsatisfying answer that tells me nothing.
Well, a lot of people say porn and waifus, but Tsukihime had porn and waifus. In fact, they had to put. It's one of those things where like they're like, yeah, this had ecchi in it because it was a way of getting it made. Because this is a market that we want to write a full visual novel for, but if we want people to spend money at Comiket, it better have some fucking lewds in it, or full on H scenes. So they did have porn in their games before. I guess this time around it just leaned harder into the waifu situation. Because, by that metric, Tsukihime should have been the fucking, like, the crazy big Fate franchise, right? Well, anyway.
Oh, that's stupid.
What happened?
Oh, that's really... I got the answer to my question earlier as to what the deal with that line is. Oh, man, that's really stupid.
What is it?
Oh. Apparently it's a big spoiler, so I'm not supposed to...
I think I already said that the kid turns into a big black guy, and that's a spoiler. So...
No, is it?
Yeah, and apparently I dropped a couple of them. So
apparently, the guy got a Excalibur's sheath put in him, and that's why he died. It doesn't die in the series. And when they're talking about taking out the sheet of him, he's like, "Well, they're supposed to die when they're killed, so you should take it out." Because it's not fair or whatever that I don't die because I have a sheath in it.
Oh, so I was killed, but I didn't die?
Yeah.
I see.
And like, so the reason why I laughed is that I don't know if Excalibur's a sword or a person, and he's talking about a sword sheath.
Okay, well, someone lied to you, so whatever.
Like, who knows?
Well, you set him off. You set him off there, so... whoever said that.
Is it like
expose the person who told you that? How about that? Let them fight.
Is it like I'll die if you pull it out? Is that what he's talking about?
Oh boy.
In that situation, don't pull it out, man. I'll die.
Damn. Okay. Well. Yeah. I mean, there's been a couple games where there's like I pop it in that have like a visual novel, and like a character on the character select screen is like, hey, if you are interested in this franchise, watch out, because that's a huge big ass spoiler. The last boss is, we got that from Golden Fantasia the other day, and yeah, apparently one of the characters on the select screen in this game is a huge like, oh no. So yeah,
that's fine.
You gotta tread lightly if you're trying to get into that stuff. I suppose.
That's okay.
In the realm of someone who's more than content to find out about all these crazy things through osmosis, yeah, viewer beware. Yeah, Black Saber, sure. What that does is takes us to yeah, hey, if you want to check out more of that, we got all of that on Woolly Versus, and we got we finished off Call of Duty Infinite Warfare. It was amazing.
Oh, how was it?
Ethan is on the list of greatest fucking robot buddies ever. easy. He's up there in the pantheon with BT.
I like robots.
Yeah. Yeah. Good robots too, because I was kind of giving Cortana shit for being the wrong kind of witty. You know, she's fine, but I just don't really feel like I'm not connecting. I don't really care that much about her attitude. But BT and Ethan are fucking absolutely the type of AI I want to protect. And yeah, Ethan goes up there. So we are giving him all of our respect, and that game is finished. So with that, we'll begin Yakuza 0 this Wednesday, and we're continuing Mario Galaxy, and as soon as that's done, we'll be moving into Demon Souls.
I will tell you right now that my last thing that I want to actually tell you about Yakuza 0, that game has a glacial start.
Mm-hmm. I'm aware. Mm-hmm.
It takes like
2 hours,
3 hours to really
to get to
get
the
in
part.
there.
Yeah.
And it keeps flipping around different cutscene styles. It's actually really bizarre.
I am prepared.
All right.
And 13 Sentinels continues to be the fucking game of the year. And more to say once that's done. So, Wooly Versus on Twitch, Wooly Versus on YouTube.
What did I do this week that I didn't actually already talk about? I think I actually talked about all of it.
Yeah, well, I mean,
we shared
DMC5. We shared Demon Souls.
Demon Souls.
Mm-hmm.
I was on 2 podcasts this week.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I guess 3, because I also did this podcast. I was on the Kojima Frequency. I was invited by my good pal and musical helper, Fingers, who provides some of the music for my stream, to a Kojima-based podcast where we talked about a potential MGS1 remake, which I don't think is going to exist. And since they had me on, they're like, dude, how fucked is Police Knots. Police Knots is fucked up. Police Knots is fucky. And then I was on Level
great.
Clear with the gang.
Weird. It's great. Cool.
No, it's okay. I'm somebody else's daughter. No, you're not.
Oh man,
you're super not.
That
you
photo,
forgot.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I remember, but it's the photo fake out moment.
Yeah, it's the photo looking at him.
It's the fake out. It's yeah. All right.
And I was also on Level Clear with Nick and Salty and Tough, and those good to hang out with those guys again. They're very British though. It's not their fault. I got to argue with Tough.
Oh, of course. We all argue with Tough at some point.
He's such a shit ass.
He's you.
No, he's not.
It's that opinion that will not back down on a take that is crazy out there, and you're like, okay,
his
where's
takes
this
are wild.
Yes, they are.
We argued for I want to say 40 minutes about Destiny 2. And at the end of this massive argument, he's 100%. Like, I play it for like half an hour a day. I don't know what your problem is. Like, oh my God. Of course you don't have any problems with it. You're playing it for 20 fucking minutes a day. And I'm like, he goes, who has time to grind out weapons in Destiny? It's like, that's the game. That's what the game is.
Yeah, no. Like, you're going to jump on. Don and the boys are gonna be very cordial, very nice, and then Tough's gonna come in, and you're gonna be like, "All right, we gotta stop there. We gotta stop there and break that down and argue about this point, however long it takes." And that's how the podcast is gonna go.
I really love arguing with him.
Yeah, no, he's great.
I absolutely love arguing with people who drive me nuts. That's why I'm madly in love with Peach Saliva.
There you go. Good crew. Fun times.
Why are there fries in the bed, honey? I don't know. Mm-hmm. How could they have arrived? But if you want to... So the other thing... I've basically been playing a lot of Yakuza 7. Or Like a Dragon. It actually just got a patch today that I'm shocked because there was a feature in the game that was straight up bugged. that I didn't know was even supposed to be there, which is weakness indicators for your moves, like in Persona or Octopath, where it tells you if you're using a cutting attack or a blunt attack or a fire attack, that the enemy will be weak to it. The English versions of the game did not have that until today.
Weird.
It was just a text display error where the icon wouldn't show up. So the game is actually even better now. That game's incredible. That game is incredible. It's probably my favorite Yakuza game, with the maybe exception of Zero. Like,
and it's a fresh start for the franchise, so that's an awesome thing for it to be like super beloved, and also like, hey, where is it going to go from here? You know,
it is. I hope it goes to more stories with Ichiban Kasuga, because he is the best.
Mm-hmm.
He is a relentlessly positive, dumbass himbo who everyone tells him he is stupid. He goes, hell yeah, I'm stupid. Fuck you. And you're like, yeah.
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
a bad way to live.
I said it last week about, like, you know, liking the new thing, but I just remember when there was that point in time, there was a window where there was some anger at large about Nero being the protagonist of DMC4.
I never felt that once, but I remember seeing it.
I remember some tangible outrage at a new protagonist being there, and at Dante not being there. And I remember just being like, what the fuck? Like, is that seriously it? It's just, no, this is not, it's basically a little bit of that Raiden all games over again. It's the Raiden sitch, you know? And boy, oh boy, was I pleasantly surprised with how much I love Nero. I was like more than willing to give it a chance at the time, but when I ended up finding it like more fun, I'm like, yes, absolutely do the new thing, you know? But yeah, Raiden, I feel the Raiden bait and switch on people might have sullied the gamers of 2008 against Nero.
Yeah. I'm looking through the list, and Ichiban didn't have that feeling. Not even when he was revealed a long time ago. It was instead like trepidation. It was like, maybe he's not as going to be as fun as Kiryu. But the main character of Judgment softened that blow, and Kiryu's been the main character of like 13 games. Like,
mm-hmm.
like when Yakuza 0 lets you play half the game as Majima.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit, you're just like, finally. Right? So yeah, it's very much time for a new character to hold the series on his back.
Okay, Soul Calibur 5 did not land, but I still respect the attempt. Personally,
I also respect it.
I respect the attempt to move time forward and let a new generation of combat kids step in and represent where the franchise could go. You know, it didn't land, but I respect it because like I just said, the combat kids are wonderful. The new generation Street Fighters are wonderful. Like, this is a thing.
And on the other hand,
you know, it is a good thing in many instances.
It's funny because sometimes the new generation is great. I think the Combat Kids and MK10 were actually pretty cool.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
Other times,
even Kung Jin, shut up.
Other times, the new generation is Patroclus or Yunsung in Tekken Christ, in Soul Calibur,
mm-hmm.
in which all you can feel like is, fuck, go back.
Mm-hmm.
Please. And I'm really happy to have seen one of our news stories this week.
Now,
in direct response to that feeling.
Now, I am not I'm not as upset at that roster. Again, like I don't, but the execution of like the story and the reasons and the things and overall, like you have to make people love the new kids when you bring them out, right? It's not enough that the new kids show up. You have to give us a reason to like them. And that's what they failed to do.
They did such a great job in Tekken 3.
I was about to say Jin, lest we forget, Jin Kazama and Hwang or Hwang represent the new kids in Tekken. Don't
Kazuya
forget
might
that.
Be gone, but here is a way better version of Kazuya.
Yeah. So, shit's dope. Very cool. So then
you want to check out Yakuza 7? I'm going to be streaming more of it this week at twitch.tv/PatStaresAt. Not streaming on Tuesday. I'm actually getting a Casper mattress delivered.
Yeah.
Woo. Hopefully it'll help Peach's back. But I will be streaming Wednesday to Saturday, which will be mostly Yakuza. I might do a variety day. I might do a day where I'm literally like, whatever I feel like playing, I'm literally just going to sit and play, which might be like LDK for like DMC or fucking Empire of Sin, if that game's any good, or, what have you.
Fuck, there was a really good example of the new generation that I had that I forgot. Gah.
Really?
Yeah.
Because MKX comes to mind. There's Tekken, there's Soul Calibur. Namco does that quite a bit, actually. There's Street Fighter.
I forget. Well, so, well, yeah, okay, obviously Mark of the Wolves. Obviously Mark of the Wolves.
Yeah, Mark of the Wolves is you got to warve it up in here.
And then comics were all about that, right? Like, I mean, at this point, it's things are comics are in a weird place where they're pretty much like for a while they were on the way out, and then it's like now it's like, okay, no, can you build it up to movies and things like that? But but like cable coming in was a new generation of X-Men, and then X-Men coming in was a new generation of X-Men, and there were these moments in comics where they would like be like, here's the new, I hope they're as good as the old, or
you know what?
Mm-hmm.
I forgot to talk about a game that perfectly encapsulates this. I beat Miles
Morales. And that's what I was trying to... I'm like, fucking Miles, obviously. Nailed it, loved it, was super duper great, and took them forever to fucking get around to it. But now, finally, you can probably go back and hear me upset about why the fuck nobody knows who Miles is yet, because they won't give him a chance in the spotlight. And it's like, now there's the movie, now there's the game, now people are aware, and it's, yes, thank you, good. He's real. And he's got the swagger of a black teen. Did you feel the swagger of a black teen?
Did you see the video I posted on my Twitter last week?
Yes, I did.
I did feel it.
You felt the moment that swagger comes to a halt.
I wish more than anything people could have seen the look on my face as a cop walked up to me and started glitching the gun into Miles's mouth.
So I noticed that was not recorded with any camera. So I guess that was just a live.
That was a share feature.
That was an offline moment.
That was me just fucking around.
Okay.
Like just mouth agape. Just So I 100% completed Miles Morales. I 100% completed Spider-Man prior to that.
Like 8 hours, right?
No, it is about 65% the size of Spider-Man.
100% Spider-Man.
Yeah, so I'd say 20, 25.
Okay, still fair.
It's just as good as Spider-Man. I don't fully agree with people saying it's much better. I think the reason why people are saying it's much better is because they're playing it on a new system where it runs at 60 FPS, and the web swinging mechanics are dramatically improved by the controller, because you can feel the tension of the fucking him grabbing it release when he lets go of the web.
Nice.
Like it feels really good. It's just as good. His Miles' story is just as good. The fact that Peter looks like a tiny baby child with the new head is actually really bad.
I don't like Peter's new head at all.
It's really bad. He looks like 10 years younger than Miles.
I don't know why they decided to do that either.
Because he looks more like Tom Holland now. They said it was to get a better performance out of the motion data,
that's
and that's
bullshit.
complete nonsense. That's bullshit. It's because he looks more like Tom Holland and Sony Spider-Man. You know, they want to have the brand synergy there. Yeah, it's really good. There's a really good sequence of collectibles that you unlock after you've completely beaten the game, that are a really nice little end cap on the game. The only thing I really dislike about the game, and it is a tiny nitpick and only applies to people with a relatively large social media presence, is the name of Miles's electricity powers. Him and Genki come up very early with the name Venom.
Mm-hmm.
And it is a Venom punch, it is a Venom rush, etc. Because it stings. Haha, electricity.
Like a spider does,
well,
yeah.
I went on Twitter and said, because I assume you're going to play as both in the next game, I wonder what they're going to do to Peter to help him compete with Miles's Venom powers in Miles Morales.
Right.
Which got a couple people going, you what? Come on, man.
Of course, yes.
I haven't played the game yet. What are you doing?
Right. Which obviously,
I had to clarify.
Yeah.
No,
Did you capitalize the V?
He does capitalize the V.
Well, shit. Yeah. Now that is on them, because that's a bad choice, because I saw that. I saw the Venom boosting as a thing, and I was like, oh, they're going with the electricity as Venom as the name. But, like, yeah, that is absolutely a massive confusion point that they should have been clear to dodge. Now, especially that fucking they're pushing Venom as its own universe.
Yeah, and especially since if you beat, it's a minor spoiler, but if you beat the Spider-Man original, Venom's the Stinger. Venom's the sequel Stinger.
So, dumb. Shouldn't have done that.
It is to be assumed that the character of Venom will be in the next game, which means that Miles will get to hit Venom with his Venom sting and probably say, "Ha ha." No,
in the comics, I don't think they should have done that. In the comics, they should have made it, because I mean, yeah, you can go places with it, but anyway.
That game's great.
Cool.
Thumbs up. Good game. You know what's funny about that game? Did you play Spider-Man original?
Yeah,
PS4?
Fantastic.
You remember how weird that started to get with like how much of the game is Spider-Man hanging out with the police? Like it's constant, and you're putting up the surveillance towers so the police could crack down in NYC. Because oh man,
and then the PMCs come in.
That became much more awkward over the past year. I think that Miles talks to a police officer one time in this game, and they are otherwise disappeared. They are background elements.
Well, I mean, is there not a BLM banner in the game?
There is, yes.
Yeah. That's not surprising to hear.
And there are like two little
but also Miles Morales.
But there's like two little missions where you have to like gather evidence and sneak past the cops, and they're pretty rude to you when you actually get in there.
Yeah.
They do everything short of telling you to get the fuck out of here. You're like, I see.
So what if his dad was a cop? that's
those two games. Well, he was trying to change it from the inside, Willie. a line that is actually literally spoken aloud in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Those two games will stand as the perfect before and after
Mm-hmm.
of maybe a public perception.
I mean, again, it also is very clear that, like, you are playing as a black teen with over-exaggerated swagger.
It's true.
It is not just
It
the
can't-
times, but it is also the role you are stepping into here.
Listen.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. You might know better than I. But I was under the impression that hoodie, Spider-Man mask or no, cops have a real sixth sense for this kind of thing.
Oh,
and they can feel it. They can feel the swagger from a distance.
Not our
They
Spider-Man. Yeah. I mean, look, one of the best bits ever, in my opinion, at the very least, in my predictable opinion, is when Peter's in court and he's talking on the stand, and Jonah's there, and he's like, "Jonah, you just hate me because I'm black," and everyone's like, "Oh," and Jonah's like, "Oh, what? No, what?" And he's like, just kidding.
Okay, I'm kidding. Okay, I got you.
This is great.
It's good. I wear a mask.
Fantastic.
I'm wearing a mask.
I love it. Yeah.
I can just imagine. I don't know how long that panel goes, but I can just imagine him turning to like Robbie and be like, "Help me!" And Robbie's like, "No, I'm not gonna help you."
He reversed time to kill them. You know. Every once in a while, you got to do that to make your point. Imagine a horrible victim, a young girl, horrible victim of all the worst crimes ever. Okay? Now imagine that little girl was white. Oh my God!
Innocent!
Oh my God!
The end of a movie none of you have seen, but it's a good movie.
Imagine that little girl was white.
You got a Matthew McConaughey in there. You got a Sandra Bullock. You got you got Jack Bauer. What's his name? The Snake Man. What's his,
Just
the Jack
go
Bauer
down
man.
the list of all the things. Yep. Mm-hmm. I follow. I understand. Yep. Checks out. Okay.
Kiefer Sutherland. Of course, you got Sam Jackson just killing it.
But now,
You ever watch a movie again? No, seriously. You ever watch a movie again, and it's you've seen it a couple times, and so you're kind of distanced, and you're looking at it like the plot to this is kind of bad, but man, these actors are killing it.
oh, there's nothing like a good movie where the actors carry a bad script forward. Absolutely.
Because like A Time to Kill is totally like that. Like the actual plot of it is like, but like, oh man, McConaughey and fucking Sam Jackson, killing it.
Is there anything approximating the Taskmaster missions?
Yes,
Nice.
there is.
Okay.
And it has a. It's not at the end you don't fight Taskmaster, but you do fight a nice little remix of something that I wasn't expecting.
Okay.
More than anything, this game feels like Miles needs its own game so that people don't bitch when he's 50% of the playtime in the sequel.
Oh, dude, that hurt. Oh my God. Oh my God, I totally see it. Holy fuck.
Peter Parker, Spider-Man, has like 800 million years worth of fucking osmosis, right?
Ugh.
But there would be people picking up Spider-Man 2 going, what, that guy from the ending of the last one? I don't, he's not a Spider-Man. So we do a game that is literally the same as Spider-Verse that goes, no, but he's a good Spider-Man.
Literally hashtag not my Spider-Man. Exactly. In real life, mind you. The exact issue. And
I
and
well, you joke, but a big part of the emotional through line of the game
yes,
is people literally walking up to Miles and going, "It's really great to have our Spider-Man."
yes, no, I know. That whole thing of him not being accepted or and being treated differently in whatever way is part of him in the comics as well. Like that's a thing.
Mm-hmm.
People know that it's not the same guy. So because Peter died, you know. But well, I mean, whatever. But the whole bit about like people in real life being like, nah, fuck this, is like, of course that would happen. It's the most popular superhero on the planet Earth. It's the most popular superhero in the history of humanity. It's like there would be an overwhelming amount of unreasonably upset people just because it's not the same thing, you know? And boy, would I not want to fucking have to swim through that. Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm sitting here going, God damn it, when are we going to get, like, you know who needs to be one of the guest Spider-Mans for Spider-Verse 2?
Ben Reilly?
To have a real role?
Scarlet Spider?
Italian Spider-Man.
Okay.
And needs to be the guy, not CG.
Sure.
Just Photoshop him in there. Fucking love Italian Spider-Man. That shit is so bad. I love it.
I like Scarlet Spider.
Scarlet Spider's okay.
Spider-Man,
a superhero so popular, he accidentally invented Sentai and Kamen Rider.
That's correct.
And Mecha, to a degree.
I mean, let's not go that far.
They jump in the robot.
We'll give him Toku. We'll give him Toku.
Yeah,
we're not going to give him Mecha.
Yeah, Tokusatsu. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
I love the Emissary of Hell.
He's got a part on.
He's got to be there, right?
Kimi wa naze. Kimi wa naze.
So my pal Fuggins actually watched the whole of Italian Spider.
Yeah,
no, sorry.
Drop the Leopardon fact that has to be dropped every time we bring it up.
They lost Leopardon 4 episodes in. They lost the robot.
Yeah.
So that's why they use the same shots over and over and over, which kind of became a staple of the genre. How do you lose a robot?
When you really couldn't give a shit and a fart about what you're doing.
Fair enough. All right, let's move on to sponsors?
Yes. This week, Castle Super Beast is sponsored by... Hey. DoorDash.
Hey, DoorDash, what's up?
Your dinner.
I'm hungry.
Or lunch. Or breakfast. Or whatever. I actually did some early orders too. I ordered food. I ordered breakfast the other day. That's cool.
That's madness.
Some places will do that. You got some options. There's some joints around, and you know, I was able to pick out some foods to my liking and be like, yo, bring that over here right now, and I'll eat that and have a coffee and have a morning, and yeah. That's what's up. So you can. It doesn't just have to be about dashing dinner to you. It can also be about dashing breakfast or lunch or brunch or any meal of the day. Absolutely.
You can even dash yourself a 3 a.m. Oh my God, I'm a piece of shit. I don't care.
You absolutely
give me a candy.
Can. Indeed, and you know, this is the way to get your food contactless delivery. So. Whatever you feel like, whenever you feel like it, right in front of your door, a little knock knock, and bam, there it is. There's almost a little like guilty pleasure in, like you're like, ooh, the bag's here. It's like a little, ooh, my dinner's here. It smells good. And I like experimenting and trying out new stuff on the menu. And it's funny, I actually got like had a like Punch Bomb's more of an old faithful. I like what I like. It's the one thing, and I will have it till I die. And I'm like, but how will you know if you don't like the other things if you never try them? And she's like, no.
But I like this though.
But I like this though. Exactly. And like there's a place I ordered from that does like Greek fried cheese. Was incredible. Excuse me. And I was like, I had no idea what this was until today, but here it is. It's delicious and amazing. And then she tried it and she's like, yeah, this is amazing. And I was like, so if you don't try the unknown, how would you discover how amazing this cheese is that I'm going to get from now on? And then it became a whole thing about, it's like, yeah, but it's like it's a primal feeling inside where you're like, you know, when the animal goes up and sniffs the food and goes, I don't know though, you know?
Yeah.
Or
you
like
know what the funniest part about that is? You're explaining this to me, and all I can think of is like, you going like, see, it's good. And she goes, yeah, it is good. And you go, so you're going to try more stuff now? And she goes, no.
Exactly. And I'm like, how many times do I have to show you something that until it rewrites those parts of your brain so that you're like, no, new thing is not always bad. New thing can be cool and good and now can even be favorite.
So I can solve this for you very easily because it's a personal preference. It's a personal tolerance, and that is negative food experiences.
Yeah,
are much more powerful than positive food experiences.
Yeah, they're one of the biggest reinforcers in our brains, and it's why like scents and smells and things like that always come back to haunt us. But even just like it's like there was such a limited choice to that to what those choices would be, and I've expanded them massively over the years, but still within there is a bit of a fear that it's just like, no, I want to order Old Faithful, and I'm like, but what if it's like, but what if it's bad though? What if it's a waste? And I'm just like, but you can't. It's the little Polly. It's a cracker.
Well,
it's the bird being like, ah, and then you feed it the cracker, and it goes, give me that cracker, and it's like,
I have a
this
question
is nice
for you. What if like, so that's the fear, minor or not. You know, what if it's bad of the new thing? But what is your fear of ordering Old Faithful? Because you know it's going to be the same.
Oh, I always go back to Old Faithful. Yeah. But I usually order Old Faithful with something else to mix it up.
So that. See, that makes sense. That's the best way.
I get what I want, and I also get a little like, oh, let's try some of this, and that's what
you know. You know what I actually like? I would like for restaurants to have some kind of taster thing, or I'll pay you $60. I want one bite of literally everything
on the menu. Yo, I 1000% feel that.
Price, fuck it. I'll pay you $100.
Every single time there is a taster's choice option or something like that, I will absolutely go for it. And a couple places do, but not many do. Yo, DoorDash, see if you can get that going. But in the
I will eat at your restaurant so much more often.
Yep.
If I could just in one meal determine everything I like and dislike at your restaurant.
The problem is, of course, that it is way more expensive to prepare a good version of one bite of everything than it is for you to actually order those things and fucking, you know, split the cost.
The only way to do it is if you were like cooking for like 60 people and they all ordered the same thing.
You're asking for a catering essentially.
Yeah.
But anyway, what you can and do want to do is check out DoorDash for, you know, all of these food adventures and more. If you've got any kind of craving, if you've got any kind of needs or meals, they've got something for you. Because that list of partners is over 300,000. That's more possible.
That's a lot of food.
Think about one restaurant. Think about a restaurant you love in your head. Now think about...
Got it.
Think about 100 of them.
Okay, got it.
Okay, now think about 3 times that amount.
There's a lot of Wendy's out there, is what I'm telling you.
Okay, now that you've got that number, think about...
Got it.
Think about 3,000 more of that amount
That's... Well, you know humans are bad with big numbers.
Exactly. And that's how many partners plus more are available when you go to DoorDash. 300,000, including U.S., Puerto Rico, Canada, Australia, local go-tos, favorite national restaurants, all the places you could be looking to get a bite. So that's the DoorDash app. Go check it out. Right now, our listeners can get $5 off and 0 delivery fees on their first order of $15 or more when you download the DoorDash app and enter code CASTLE. That's $5 off and 0 delivery fees on your first order when you download the DoorDash app in the App Store and enter the code CASTLE. So don't forget, code CASTLE for $5 off your first order with DoorDash. Thanks, DoorDash.
Thank you, DoorDash.
We're also going to dedicate this next couple of minutes to the art, nay, the necessity of a clean-shaved ball.
Have they been sending you the photos?
I got people reached out and told me how it was going.
Oh, that's better.
Someone did send me some walnuts as a descriptor of the situation, but I got quite a few people talking to me about the state of their balls, and it's not what I signed up for, but I accept the weight.
Totally what you signed up for.
I accept the weight of this responsibility because people out there are not shaving their balls, and they're not getting themselves into, what I would call fighting condition. I don't know if you're familiar, but when you're in fighting condition, it's when you're in tip-top shape. It's when you're in the peak of your game. There's a window of opportunity, where you can accomplish anything. And when you are encumbered by your pubic hair burden, you just, that's how you get like a fat roll, like you don't, your shit, it's too high. You want to get that number nice and low. You want to keep everything smooth and sleek because too much hair is bad and it affects lots of things. It affects your general day-to-day feeling. It affects for some people, the odors. For some people, it affects the aesthetic in such a way that is, not presentable. Pat, I believe you should be someone that extols the virtues of less hair.
More or less.
Okay, well,
I think that every part of your body is disgusting, and the more of it that you can safely remove with no consequence, the better. If you could get such a thing as, some high quality grooming kits to safely remove that shit expeditiously, that would be good.
You know what's better than becoming an orb?
Yeah?
Becoming an orb with 2 other orbs.
Talking about my tits?
Honestly, your whole body should be orbs. You should just be like fucking Vector Man.
Okay.
You should just be like balls. Like Rayman.
Okay.
Just fucking orbs all over. And what better way to do it than to shave with Manscaped? Because Manscaped is out there with the perfect gift, the perfect grooming kit, the performance package. It's the ultimate men's hygiene bundle. You've got all kinds of tools for keeping your shit where it needs to be, off your body. You got the Weed Whacker ear and nose and hair trimmer, waterproof, uses a 9,000 RPM motor. It's ridiculous. Listen to that. That's crazy. More than enough to deal with the dankest of forests. And there's statistics. Apparently 79% of partners polled admit that long nose hair is a major turnoff. How about that? It's not just about the balls, it's about your face and your nose as well. Orb. Become Orb. Of course, there's the Lawnmower 3.0 trimmer, the best trimmer on the market for your balls, for your butt, for your body. And yeah, all the good stuff that comes in. The liquid formulations, the crop preserver, the ball deodorant, crop reviver, ball toner. I've talked about these. Those are great. I've personally decided to endorse the quality of the ball deodorant. And they give you a pretty gangster bag that's really nice, actually. A very nice little kit to hold all of these tools in that I've used as my personal, like, bathroom kit. It's awesome. What's going on? Talk to me.
There's something about describing the bag as a gangster, gangster bag, that makes me think of somebody going, "Yo, Avon, what's in the bag?" Oh, it's my ball trimmer.
Yeah. Manscaped. We got that Manscaped over here, Manscaped. Hey, yo, Pat. How my hair look?
Looks good.
Yeah! Thanks to Manscaped. My hair looks great.
Bang!
Kaboom.
That scene would be very different.
Just pan out and the logo appears. You know? There you go. There you go. Well, anyway. You can get 20% off and free shipping at manscaped.com/superbeast. That's 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com/superbeast. So what are you waiting for? Go take care of it. Rep your corner by using the promo code. So manscaped.com/superbeast for 20% off and free shipping. Thank you, Manscaped.
Thanks, Manscaped.
All right. So yeah.
But wait, there's more. I forgot to talk about Superliminal. I beat it in 3 hours. The game's name is Superliminal.
Superliminal
game.
Yes, the trailer for Superliminal looked absolutely fucking interesting. It's a head fuck. It reminded me of... It looks like the next in the not related, but kind of still in the same vein series as, let's say, Portal and then...
Antichamber.
Antichamber and Stanley Parable. And, like, those kinds of first-person fuckery games.
Yeah. So, it does one thing much better. So, it's quite short. I beat it in 3 hours because... turns out I'm really, really good at spatial perspective puzzles. I had absolutely no trouble with almost anything in the entire game. But I assume others might have significant trouble. It's a game about perspective. You move an item far away so that it's the same size in your perspective. That means it gets big.
Mm-hmm.
Doors can become enterable or not, depending on the perspective that you look at them, etc. It goes a lot of crazy places with that trick.
Mm-hmm.
And Portal had the portal trick, which was great, but it used that one trick to do a lot of cool in-depth puzzles, right? Antichamber had a bigger focus on non-Euclidean geometry or impossible space,
Mm-hmm.
or non-linear progression through space, which was really, really cool. Right up until the game became actually about doing these weird block puzzles on the wall at about the 50% mark, which was actually really frustrating. Superliminal keeps doing new weird perspective shit the whole time.
Okay.
And
based on the length, I'm going to assume that it doesn't overstay its gimmick.
No, it doesn't. And what's really, really cool is that the game had, most games have a difficulty curve,
Mm-hmm.
right? The difficulty curve on Superliminal is like a normal, like, diagonal line of complexity and teaching you new types of ways to use it, new types of ways to look at things in perspective. But then you get to I wouldn't call it a level, I'd call it the final sequence, which took me about a half hour, and it is a straight line up. Like, it is a rapid fire series of much harder puzzles that like feels like a gauntlet. Like, you're no longer moving from room to room. Like, you are moving from hallway through the hallway's puzzle solution to that hallway's floor's puzzle solution. And if you have integrated the game's lessons, you fucking fly through that, and you feel like the smartest person in the world.
Now, you hit
It's
a wall in The Witness, didn't you?
Yeah. I hit a wall in The Witness where I was learning some of the rules, and I couldn't find a location where I must have just missed a spot, but I missed where I was to learn a rule that I needed for all remaining areas.
Okay.
Like, I felt like I was missing every puzzle that I could access. I felt like I was missing a piece of information that I should have acquired somewhere else.
Okay.
And a lot of the thing that frustrated me was The Witness's incredible presentation means that it actually takes a while to get between puzzle to puzzle. And I had no idea where to go learn the thing that I needed to learn.
I see. Okay. Yeah, I was trying to remember what it was exactly.
But yeah, Superliminal is incredible. You should buy it. It's great. Two Mellows on the soundtrack.
Did a remix, apparently. Cool.
Yeah, I skipped the credits only for people to tell me, dude, Two Mellow did the credits track. And I went, fuck.
Well.
Oh, well. Just another good reason for you all to beat the game yourselves.
There you go.
All right, now I'm done with my week. Sorry about that.
Okay.
But
that
feel
thing
bad
looked...
if I did not give it its props.
Yeah, that thing looked really cool. And also kind of scary, because it's like looking at an object up close, and then suddenly it becomes a giant thing in the horizon that can squash you. And I'm like, well, that would be terrifying. So, can you die when things fall on you that are giant?
You cannot die.
Okay. I'm still really horrified of a giant thing falling on me.
Oh, is it one of those things where, like, the change in realistic perspective fucks with your head in a certain way?
No, it literally is like, I think the end of the trailer is like a donut or something, or some object.
Yeah, it's really big. Yeah.
It just falls and becomes like fucking birds for scale sized. And I'm like, oh God, I don't want to get crushed by that. That'd be horrifying. And that's.
Then you should not check out the game. God, what's it called? Giant Policeman.
Oh yeah, that hits all the wrong ones. Yeah, that hits all the bad ones, man.
I don't think that's the name of the game.
No, but it's that giant cop staring at you, and he keeps moving away. You have to stay out of his line of sight, because he'll keep picking you up and putting you back into the space. Yeah. No, that thing is fucking scary, dude. Like, big thing that comes to... Yeah, no, totally. Nuh-uh. And he always has his eyes on you from way in the distance.
Yeah, it's really upsetting.
I mean, it's honestly like part of what I thought Death Stranding was tapping into when the fucking Titan appeared.
Maybe.
But it didn't go that way. But it's a little of that, though, There's something super terrifying about just... The
name is of the game we're talking about is Millet Schöner.
What a weird name.
Millet Shinyer. Yeah. I'll retweet a trailer for it so that everyone can get upset.
Yeah. No. Hostile things or inanimate objects being kill you sized and they're falling towards you is very, very bad. So no to that. Non-hostile things like fun times are more
Stop
than
it.
welcome.
Stop it.
This week in news, step 1. When Hwang is not in Soul Calibur, everyone should be asking, where's Hwang?
Actually, I think a better version of that is like, congrats, Namco. You finally found a really fun way to announce fighting game characters by giving them straight up wrong names so that the goddamn announcement trailer does not spoil it. I'm so happy that trailer is called Soul Calibur 6 Gets an Unknown Soul.
I didn't even catch that because I just saw it playing on Twitter. I didn't see that.
Yeah.
I caught it auto playing in a tweet.
So the YouTube video and like the subreddit thread that we had. Hold on, unknown Soul Calibur. I want the actual name of the trailer.
So I mean, what's probably extra effective there is this motherfucker looks nothing like Hwang.
Well, with one problem.
What?
He's got Hwang's sword.
Yes, certainly.
And the instant you see that sword and his face is obscured, you're like, I know who that is.
Well, what
especially since he's saving Song Mina in his initial.
Well, I was gonna say, but like, what was the mirror soul for Hwang again? The other guy character that like
Yunsung, the character I shit on earlier.
Yunsung, exactly. Yeah, there you go.
Fuck that bitch.
So he shows up with a fucking Bloodborne hat and a nice little trail behind it. That's all like. To me, I got reminded of all the like Aztec fighters I like when I saw that, and I was like, this design fucking rules. So I've never even been a Hwang player. I'm not even a big Hwang guy, but that fucking redesign is
I
awesome.
like him.
Tremendous. Really, really, really good design for the old boy.
I love him. He's great.
You like the new costume?
Yes. I also like that he uses magic now.
And costume B is going to be the old one, so it'll be fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's sick.
I'm very glad that he's back. I really like this trend. This is so Soul Calibur did it and Tekken did it with Kunimitsu.
Yeah.
Where Kunimitsu showed up and there were 2 levels to that, right? And depending on how much you care about Kunimitsu. Level 1 was, oh, dude, it's going to be Kunimitsu. And dude 2 is, that's not the same person.
Yep.
That's totally going to be her daughter.
Face exposed.
And then bam. And same thing here with Hwang. Like, you see Sung Mina in the trailer. And then you see a guy with a Chinese sword. And people like me who liked playing as him in Soul Edge go, I know who that is. And then the rest of the trailer starts to establish, and then, oh, his face! Oh, of course it is!
Oh, shit. Voiced by ProZD, no less.
He's getting a lot of work.
Sick!
For him.
Yo, that's dope. Yeah. Go get it, man. Hell yeah, that's awesome. I enjoy that. Yeah. I continue to appreciate the Soul Calibur's willingness to drastically redesign established characters. I'd say more so.
Like
Namco is willing to go further than anyone else is on their designs.
Well, with Soul Calibur, they get a pass. Because with Soul Calibur, you can change literally every single part of that character, including the person that it is, as long as they're still holding the same
weapon.
Like, we went from Rock to Astaroth.
Well,
whereas they were
they have different moves.
They became different. but starting off.
No.
Astaroth is
Soul,
the new Rock.
Soul Calibur 1, he was a different slot. He's a different character. He was.
Wasn't that because Rock was like the Echo Fighter of the day?
I mean, if you're going back to Soul Edge, then you're talking. I can't answer, but Soul Calibur 1, he was a second slot up top.
What's the difference between Rock and Astaroth? Astaroth is better.
Rock doesn't have the full charge. When you do the back AB grab, Astaroth has a charged up version that grabs you, and Rock, it's just a hit that doesn't have a full charge, for example. Yeah, it was a second one. The Echo Fighters in Soul Calibur ended up with their own slots in many cases.
Wow.
And we're going to retroactively use the term
image
Echo
has
Fighters.
been created.
Paul?
Only you wanted it? No, the balls image.
Oh, okay.
Here you go. I sent it to you.
Sure.
It's been made. We are now balls.
Beautiful. Everyone remembers balls. Panasonic. Yeah. So you pointed that out as if to say that like Tekken was doing something bad almost?
No, it's just like when the characters don't have a weapon in their hands to differentiate themselves, there's only so much you can actually fuck with their design before they become unrecognizable.
But I think that like even when it is that way though, like think about every version of Yoshimitsu across the franchise.
He's special. You know why? Because he has a sword in his hand.
Yeah. He gets the fucking.
So even if he looks like a squid man or an alien robot or a doll, oh, he's the guy with the sword in his hand.
Yeah.
I know which one that is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I dig it. I dig it. Characters changing clothes, you know, just getting a little more stylish or getting drastically different. I'm a fan.
What game is it that Hwang or Hwang has the jacket that he's not got his arms through the sleeves?
Oh, was that 5?
I wanna say it's.
Yeah, he's got the floating jacket.
Not at all.
Totally. 7?
It's Tekken 7.
Yeah. There you go. He's got the jacket cape.
I want to wear a jacket, but I don't want to wear the jacket.
I like Ken with the black shirt. I dig that. I've wanted the Shotos to get distinction between themselves for years, so anything leaning towards that, I'm way in favor of. And considering Ken is all about the money, I'm like, yes, please lean into make him look different. Like, there's no reason for them to look identical at this point, seeing how we know they're about that different lifestyle.
Give him some bananas in his head.
If anything, they just the real botch is just not committing to hot Ryu.
Yeah, he should have had that beard.
That's the cowardice. Ken was fine, but Ryu needed that beard. Also, more cowardice. Someone fixed Akuma by giving him that big lion mane with a goddamn mustache and full beard, and it makes the design work.
That totally makes sense.
I retweeted it a couple, maybe last week or so, but you just take that lion mane Akuma face and give him a big old mustache, and it fucking works flawlessly.
Would that be under media? It probably would be.
You know? Cowards too scared to change the look.
Because why is he meticulously shaving his face but not trimming his hair?
Yeah.
He should actually look like filthy. Like Akuma should look like a filthy homeless person.
That's dedicated to the fight. Absolutely. Yeah. Okay, here we go. I'm going to retweet it again so that it's updated. Yeah.
Yeah, after the podcast, just go to our Twitters so that you can see all the good stuff we're talking about.
As always, sure.
This is also a good way to drive interactions.
Of course it is. I just sent it to you.
Social media.
Akuma, if the character designer
is way better.
Wasn't a fucking coward. It's dope.
Way better.
Super cool.
The battle between Street Fighter should be about the homeless versus the non-homeless.
Agreed. Those who choose to fight at sacrifice of having a roof versus those who do not.
You know what? Yeah. You've got the homeless like Ryu.
Mm-hmm.
You've got the homed,
Mm-hmm.
the
Homeowner, yeah.
like Ken.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have the landlord like Bison.
Sure. No, Bison is the NIMBY.
No, he's not. Vega is the NIMBY.
Vega's the NIMBY. All right.
Get these ugly people out of my neighborhood. Ugh.
So there's that. And you know what? Not only that, I would like to just take a moment. It's less news and more of just a, if you haven't watched Max's Marvel Lives tournament, fucking go check that shit out, because he did an incredible job putting that together. And massive shout outs to Maximilian, working with Twitch Rivals to get a real Marvel tournament going. He got Tasty Steve and Yipes on commentary. He got Gods to come back. He got Parsec involved to make sure everything would run smoothly, and it did. And it was just a fucking joy to get this whole thing going in a FGC quarantine situation, because nothing's going on and everybody's pretty sad with the lack of tournaments. But you know, it was a fucking breath of fresh air. It was awesome, really well run. And while you're running the event, why not take the opportunity to celebrate Assist Me and have a reunion of everything that show was over the years, and have a big old Assist Me throwback at the same time as all the events are going down. It was a perfect, like, just Max night, you know. So
hey, what's the gentleman's name that plays Wesker on Assist Me?
I forget. Why do you ask?
Because he looks great.
Yes.
Like,
and I saw his tweet about
like
getting
one
into
of those
shape.
Guys, Mike, like, it's like he aged so good. Oh man.
Well, when you're handsome enough gentleman to play Wesker, then it.
I'm waiting for my turn
stands
to
to
age
reason.
good.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna happen.
Yeah, I don't think the character designer is gonna let that one.
It's gonna happen.
No Akuma redesign for you.
I'll show you.
Like, I can't wait for Silver Dreads. I can't wait. Gray Dreads are gonna be awesome.
Yeah, because you don't have to dye them; they just came in like that.
It's gonna be sick. I'm very excited. I look forward to it highly. The sooner the better. But yes, the Assist Me reunion was pretty cool, and the tournament was incredible, and it was all in all just a fucking amazing event. And like, yeah, Max has pointed it out a couple times, but like the fact that Twitch Rivals, which is, you know, usually a like what's hot right now, what do people care about kind of thing, was willing to get a game that is fucking dead into the mix and give it the love that like the community wants to give it. I'm just really, really happy with that, and I thought it was super dope. So huge shout outs to that event. Go check out the stream, or you can check out the highlight video Max posted. And it's just it's a throwback to all the fun, all the good times, and all the best commentary, and all the best players, and everything about that game that you love, you know?
It's a shame Marvel has... This is going to sound really weird, but I'm sure you understand what I mean. It's a shame Marvel versus Capcom has Marvel characters in it.
It's so the way Max described Marvel is like, it's the last universally loved fighting game. Like, that when it came out, everyone was like, yeah, this is fucking sick. You know? It is taking what it's supposed to be in the genre, just that the peak of like hyper insanity, and it's staying true to it, you know, and like it managed to do a really good job of picking an interesting roster that's new, while it wasn't like they didn't have like a Marvel 2 situation where they had a like 5 or 6 games prior in the Versus series to build up to and go off of. It was just all new shit, but they did it. They threw in fucking Phoenix Wright. You know what I mean? Like they had fun with the roster in a way that like
that game's roster is so goddamn good.
Ghost Rider's in the game. Like there's such fun picks that they went with, and you know it feels super fun to play. And Dante showed up and he was faithful to all his moves, and it's all the shit you were like, oh my god, yes, you know, like it was really, really dope. I was more than happy to see Spencer, obviously, you know, and it was just great. It was just a really, really good time that, you know, unfortunately they never were able to sort of capture again due to many clear reasons and many unclear reasons. And yeah, I think
that's a good way to put it.
You know, I still see, despite the fact that he and I and you have all been clamoring for a Capcom versus Capcom, the popular sentiment for many people is still, when's Marvel 4? And I think a lot of that is just like, when's more of the cool thing? And I think a lot of that is also like, I like these Marvel characters. I remember when Reggie was describing how his biggest problem and this thing about Infinite that turned him off the most was the lack of X-Men. He says, he's like, I saw no X-Men and that fucked me up because I love the X-Men the most, you know? And I was like, okay, so there's for some people, that's just a huge, huge, huge deal.
It's I would love to see like an actual breakdown, like go out and ask every Marvel player ever, like which ones do you care about, and I bet it would actually be like 70% Marvel characters. Like
I mean, it's hard. Like I think a lot of people are like, yo, I love these Marvel characters, and that plays a big role into it for sure. But I think that like at the end of the day, for us speaking as people who like buy and play a lot of video games, as a fighting game, all it really needs to be for us to be all up in it is just the same style of hyper fighting.
Yeah, you know what? I come to think of it, I think it would actually be the X-Men and Spider-Man power gap every Capcom character, power gap the rest of the Marvel cast.
Perhaps so.
Because the X-Men and Spider-Man have always felt more popular than Marvel.
Cap and Iron Man Avengers are also pretty fucking big, though. You know, like lest we forget. But on the other hand, right? Let's be real. And this wasn't a fair comparison because of availability, but it's not like shit popped off with Doronjo and Yatterman either. People weren't.
I appreciated them.
I did too. I'm a fucking Karas, Mark, and you love Tekkaman Blade, and we all agree that
he's gotta finish the fight in 30 minutes. He goes crazy.
I saw that Volteca was a pretty fucking strong attack, man. People dug it. People enjoyed Tatsunoko versus Capcom. Joe the Condor showed up. He had attitude. We were here for it. But it didn't quite hit the same with most people. I don't think Tatsunoko was bringing out the fucking crowds, man.
I don't think people were going, yeah! Friender!
You know? Casher and Sins. Did you watch it? No. You know? What do you get?
Like, I'm aware of Casher, but I've never actually seen Casher.
Well, that's it. So, it would have helped if it was not a fucking Wii exclusive, but either way, man, you know, it's yeah. But it was a very fun game. Anyway, I'm just saying that the Marvel Lives tournament was incredible. It was really, really good. And going forward, it's to me, I feel like, yeah, the Marvel side of the situation is what will likely create problems and get in the way. And I don't think the state of affairs with the MCU being as big of a deal as it is, I don't think it'll get any better from where Infinite went in terms of just the involvement, the control, the roster picks, the all the downsides, you know. Even though the Infinite system was a fuck ton of fun. You know, the 2v2 hot tag was very fun.
Marvel's got to take, you know, with Infinite, they were very stringent and a harsh taskmaster on the development of that game and as to who could show what and all that. And then they said, no, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna give Eidos / Square Enix the Marvel license so that they can do the Avengers game, and then we'll all make a $1 zillion. How's that doing, Wolves?
A shit zillion, you say? How many?
I did say that.
A shit zillion is a pretty high bench mark to set for your investors. I don't think that's how it performed. But
I heard that it performed really well.
If by really well you mean significant losses, disappointing in the last quarter for Square Enix.
What?
Then that's what happened.
Oh no!
Oh wow! Hey, you came ready with that. Doing your own bits, I see. That's all right. Yeah. Apparently the sales have slowed down. Really badly. And
I saw that on Steam they've lost 98% of their players.
I believe that was the number. I'm not sure where there was an article that was like pretty much showing you the slope, but it was rough. And essentially they're looking at saying apparently they want to add additional content to make up for the slow sales. They want to juice it back into the you know, the minds of the people. But I do believe, as do a couple others, that the word of mouth being really buggy fucking tweets wasn't doing it any wonders. And that the game essentially shipped unfinished.
It's been a long while since I've seen a game that you can tell from the instant you look at it, go, man, this needs like a year. Like usually you would say like, oh, push it back 6 months, needs more time. That thing needed a year. The thing that cracked me up the most was at the beginning of a Quiet Shy's video where she'll play these games and they just fall apart in her hands. Is you go to that goddamn Captain America costume, the classic winter Captain America costume.
Mm-hmm.
And the character's face and eyes just start going crazy on the buy screen. Like the eyes literally roll off the character's head.
Oh, nice.
And the lips start coming right off the fucking model. And that is the purchase this costume screen.
Agreeable grunt.
Oh yeah, did you see that?
Yes.
To those of you who don't know, they got Hulk smashing all over, and somebody's talking to him, and then the subtitle comes up, and Hulk just says in a robot voice, "Agreeable grunt," which is clearly like the closed caption directions for the voice actor. Like, oh my god, oh my god.
Yeah, so anyway, that's not happening. Avengers, that is. Avengers is not happening.
They're delaying the next gen versions. I assume they're going to try and relaunch it and pretend that a year didn't pass. And You know, I've said this every time, and I'll say it again. Everybody wants to copy Destiny's success, right? Because Destiny was the big live service game that everybody seems to be chasing. Destiny's a mess.
I was about to say that you say that sentence, but I can't make sense. Like, I've been exposed to it through you talking about how bad it's been for years now. So that's not at all the impression I got.
Destiny is such a mess. The company that makes it bought their way out of their publisher agreement. Like, the reason that I say this is because the direct quotes that come out of these shareholder meetings and shit like that are literally, we want to have a live service game like Destiny. And they're like, why?
I told you. I was there. In the meetings, literally, at Square Enix, when they came out and they said gas is the future, gas is everything. Everything we're doing right now should be dedicated to gas. The money is too good to resist. The potential is too high to make bank. And 100% of what we're working on should be either steering towards or fully gas ready. And it was a moment in time that they said, from here on out, this is the focus. And that was the Nosgoth years. That was the Triad Wars years.
Oh, man. That's great because, like, nothing says the money's too good, we have to gas it, like getting so far along in development on Dark Sun and Nosgoth and just releasing nothing. The money's so good, we had to throw years of dev down the toilet and release nothing. That's how good the money is.
Essentially, like, people love these franchises enough that they're willing to pay for them monthly. Let's get that cash. And never mind the hand up with the excuse me, but what is the reason that people love these franchises so much? Never, just fuck you, shut up.
Why do people gravitate towards these and spend a lot of money?
Fuck you, shut up. That's not the point. The point is this is what we have access to, and this is how we can turn it into more. You know?
I think the funniest thing about this is that every 4 years, you and I have the same conversation.
Every time.
And it's not always about gas. It's about trend. So if I had known you in the mid-90s, we would actually be talking about fighting games. Street Fighter 2 came out. Holy shit. We need to make a fucking fighting game. Those things print money. Why does Street Fighter 2 print money? Because it's incredible. Because it's a fighting game. Then came Call of Duty. Then came World of Warcraft. Then came Gas/Fortnite.
Hero shooters.
In there was hero shooters and CS, Counter-Strike, and StarCraft.
See how fucked it is that Fortnite takes that instead of PUBG?
Well, PUBG dropped it. PUBG just dropped the crown.
They handed it over. They didn't. It got took. It got took.
And
let's be real. Fortnite was a different video game entirely that swerved into stealing that crown.
Yeah, just they took it. And it is wild. MOBAs was one as well. League, oh my goodness. Halo, oh my goodness, right? And so what is the legacy of these things? Street Fighter continues to exist, but it itself almost died. World of Warcraft took 16 years to get a viable competitor. And it killed every game that came out during that period. Nothing has ever touched Counter-Strike in its own field. Nothing ever touched StarCraft in its own field. Nothing is going to unFortnite Fortnite, and Call of Duty is forever. Have you seen the Washington Post review of Call of Duty Cold War? The headline is Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War plays fine, and it's the new one. That's enough.
You asked the question, what is the legacy
and Halo
of these trends?
Yeah.
The legacy is that in the moment when they got to announce their clones, the investors were not upset.
Yeah.
Because they were able to see the money came from over here, and now we're going to do our version of the money, and that was the end of the thought.
Hey, Wooly. We're going to play that game that we play every year, and it gets funnier every year. What is the name of the Electronic Arts canceled MOBA?
Oh, Jesus. Why?
Every year? And I can never remember. I think I have it.
War. It was Warface. Wasn't it?
That's the Crytek game.
It wasn't Warface?
No, that's a different game.
And it's definitely not Battleborn.
Not Battleborn.
No, because that's, War.
There's no word war in it.
What?
Yeah. It's Dawngate.
I'm like looking away from the fucking chat here. What are the words that they ripped out of the ether of like 5 choices and just hit the slot machine?
You know, I've never actually seen footage of the game. It is indistinguishable from League of Legends. I'll send this to you.
I'm good. I believe you.
It's indistinguishable. The color palette, the look of wow.
But most importantly, when it came time to answer the investors and say, how are we? You know what it is, dude? This is what it looks like when Iwata doesn't stand up to them.
Yeah.
This is what it looks like when Iwata goes, you know what? You're right. We'll get on it immediately. That's it.
Guy walks in because his kid plays Destiny, and he saw the kid giving Destiny expansion money. He goes, "Why don't we have a game like that?" And they go, "Well, we don't really have any teams that are good at making that kind of game." The team that made that used to make Halo, which is literally the biggest game in the world at the time.
My kid's spending all my money on that game, and he should be spending money on one of our games so that I'm getting those returns. Bah humbug. You know, it's that simple. But
I think Halo might be the funniest one, honestly.
But here's the thing, right? Now, the investor straw man is a fun thing to burn every time. But it is oversimplified in the scenario, right? Because it is very clear, and we've seen it many times, like a bunch of people that don't know what the fuck they're doing have to come in and yell at the people making the games and force them to make things that are bad. Okay, but let's not pretend that though some of those studios are not making bad decisions on their own anyway. Right.
I have it on good authority that a lot of the most predatory microtransaction evil shit has come from the director of a game, so that they can impress their publisher boss.
And like some studios have the micro guy I described, but not everyone has that. But like, yeah, some places are making those decisions on their own. And 2, and this is more important as to why these things actually come to exist, there are enough clones that are successful in these genres for other studio to go, well, fuck it, let's give it a shot.
Yeah, well, they're successful enough for a time.
But look at, like, in these cases, there's usually at least one other. And this is where I think it was Cliffy who said it, where, like, you know, he's right about the fact that, you know, there's room for 2 champions and 1 alternative in any given genre.
Yep. Champion number 1, champion number 2, and then the guy eating the scraps around the edges.
The alternative pick for those who want something like those things, but a little different. And
yeah, absolutely,
that's real. So
you got Call of Duty, you got Battlefield, and then you got whatever the fuck else is going on.
What do you want to grab? What do you want to do today? Yeah, and that space is something that is winnable, at least in the moment. So they're gonna go for it. It's not always
Willie, no one's gonna dump $300 million into third place.
Well,
like,
so this is where you get to hear about the internals of. I mean, look, Project Titan switched over to become a hero shooter full time, and they made their money. They went, you know what? No, we're going this direction instead. Obviously, I mentioned earlier that PUBG couldn't hold the crown, and that literally cost them.
PUBG is the most astonishing botch I've ever seen.
They had the potential to literally be the most popular video game, and they botched it. They dropped it.
They had that shit on lock for like a full year.
Mm-hmm.
And they never got the game to not fall apart when you played it.
Now, I don't really know, but I feel from through osmosis as if I have not seen anything properly stay in second place under Minecraft.
Oh, no.
I have not seen anything that is a Minecraft-like stay there. Those things come and fucking go.
Minecraft gets the number 1 and 2 spots. There is only third place.
See, Roblox and Terraria are names that float, but I don't feel like I've heard them approach that spot.
My nephew ain't playing Terraria.
Yeah. I feel as if Minecraft, we said there's the 1 and 2 and then the weird third. Minecraft has the power gap and then the others come in. It's not anywhere near.
Terraria would be the third one, I would say. And then deep in fourth is Dragon Quest Builders probably.
Roblox is somewhere on that list, but
I don't know what that is.
It's big.
I literally don't know.
But the point is that it's not like those other genres where you can clearly just go bam, that thing, and so this is all to say that like there are enough like clone successes, and the potential for stealing the crown as Epic did is very possible, that the attempt to lean into the trend and like take it over will never go away, because the gamble is worth it to them.
It's just so frustrating because you can point to every clone success and you can point to exactly why that one is a success. Because it's not just a clone, or it's just straight up better.
Or the guy who invented the genre went to that company and made it.
Like look at PUBG and Fortnite as a really good example, right? PUBG had the Battle Royale, Fortnite had the Battle Royale as well, but also had the building thing. But more than anything, is you started playing PUBG and you're like, wow, this concept is incredible. And then you start playing Fortnite and you're like, wow, this concept is the same as PUBG, but this feels like a real video game that I'm supposed to play. Like every single part of Fortnite's presentation, technical prowess, controls is 10 times better than PUBG. And I hate it. I fucking hate that stupid building shit. But it's a way better game. And that's why they were able to take that crown.
Yeah, but also,
and it's free also, instead of not.
Well, it's free, and they've got the money to iterate harder and faster than anybody can keep up with.
There's also, when you make these clones, there's a business strategy that Fortnite and Epic and Blizzard have been able to employ, and I have not seen any other company being able to employ this, because it requires a type of game and a really, really, really specific dev team that can implement this kind of stuff. For years, WoW and Fortnite does it too. They will watch their competitors, and their competitors will announce features, and then they will implement their features in their own game before those games even come out.
I was literally waiting for you to finish that, to bring up the fact that I was waiting to say, never forget that Apex had to be developed under the cover of night, lest the watchful eye of Sauron fall on them and take their shit. Apex was a game fully fucking out of nowhere, because if anything about it came out, it would completely get invalidated prior to launch day, and the ping system, which of course ended up in Fortnite seconds later, would have just been annihilated. You know, they absolutely are able to out itterate everybody. You know, so PUBG slipping meant it had no chance. Like Fortnite was drafting in the wind gust behind PUBG, you know, like they were taking their other game, their building game, and turning it into a battle royale using the wind cut drafting from the speed of the car up ahead. So if it fucking slips on a banana peel, well, then they're taken off. It's just and to this day that continues to be how it is, you know. Anyway,
do you remember the Fix PUBG campaign?
I remember you bringing it up, I think.
So the Fix PUBG campaign was in 2018, and they announced it August 8th of 2018, and it was, hey guys, we're gonna stop content updates for like a year.
Oh yes,
and we're gonna do nothing but bug fixes, stability, cheat protection, etc. And it didn't do that. It didn't fix it. So holy shit. They were never going to hold on to that crown. If Epic hadn't have come along, somebody else would.
Yeah. But you see, PUBG, by comparison to the fucking zombie survival servers, was leaps and bounds ahead of those. So
it sure goddamn was. Man.
So PUBG felt like it was already on the throne, not knowing there was a bigger throne to sit on.
You telling me I don't have to mod Arma anymore? Oh god, thank the Lord.
It thought, you know, but yes, exactly. We would have been living in a world of radical heights.
Yeah. No,
anyway,
we were never going to live in that world.
I disagree. You say that.
I am saying it. I did said it.
Well, okay. I was going to segue originally from, now that we got all the fun fighting game news out of the way, it's time to go to the sad fighting game news. But I can also segue it by saying, speaking of investors.
Oh.
When I told Punch Mom this story, she turned to me and said, yo, fighting games have had a fucked up year.
Yeah.
And I just I took it like a bullet, because it was so on point. It was so on point. A fucked up year. This is really, really shitty upsetting. And
what are you talking about?
Well, context, right? In before you support things that are bad, you hypocrite that you are, right? In before that, because it needs to be said that there will always be the person, perhaps the shitbag, that will preface this kind of story by saying, hey, are you enjoying talking about that while you use your phone made by practically slaves in another country, and while you sit on your laurels enjoying the fruits of capitalism in its latest stage that crushes people and oppresses?
Yes, yes, we're all aware there's no ethical consumption under capitalism. Yes, yes, continue on.
Okay. Therefore, when you bring about the story, such as uh, SNK has been sold once again, this time not this time not to a Chinese company, but in fact to an organization, I believe, that goes by the name of the Electronic Games Development Company, which is Saudi Arabian, which happens to be 33% of this percent stake in SNK at the moment, and then the details revealed that it was optioned to go up to 51%, so a controlling percentage. Was like, okay, SNK is being sold again, and then a little bit of research, not much really. The instant the story came out, revealed that the EGDC, the company buying them, is owned by Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, aka the guy pretty much responsible for a bunch of fucked up shit, including the murder of Khashoggi and massive oppression of LGBTQ and anything pretty much homosexual being jailable at best, execution at worst. While also there being a movement recently to, I believe the term is sports washing, where if you can associate with something like sports, then the image will change. And things like, the ability, like women were allowed to drive recently. So that's seen as a progressive, positive thing. And WWE had its first show over there. And there was the first Comic-Con. So things were seen as a progressive thing. And this is just one of those things where I'm like, they own SNK now, and it just fucking sucks.
Don't forget all that shit in Yemen that's too complicated for me to even consider going into, but is a thing.
I'm glad you're aware. The war with Yemen is beyond fucked up. And so yeah, this is one of those things where, and here's I've already seen the fight being taken out. I've already seen people, coming out to fight this for, again, the ethical consumption reasons, and I've seen people coming out to fight this from the, I click on your profile and you're actually posting from the country, in which case I don't even know if you can disagree here. I'm not too sure, but let's not have this fight online, but just, it's just, yeah, full disclosure, this is entirely based on the fact that, like, these progressive moves that he makes come hand in hand with some absolutely fucked up shit on the world stage, and being directly involved is just a shitty feeling for a company that you like, making products that you like that are fucking video games, and I don't
There's
know how
a much straighter line on this than usual. Not buying a telephone, what have you. I mean, nearly all consumer-grade electronics are manufactured in China. The only way to avoid that problem, for example, is to kind of Luddite yourself, and significantly alter your life. So it's more complicated. Is it bad? Of course it's bad. However, you look at KOF 15, for example, which represents essentially you handing, I don't know, $15 check to fucking asshole robber baron, like in his hands, and then he's like, cool, this will be a good bullet to shoot a gay with, and you're like,
see, this is the thing, right? You understand, right? It's not the same equivalency. It's a false equivalency. It's just not the same thing. There's absolutely multiple versions of this ethical consumption issue, but this is, yeah, the most direct version of um, the woman I'm in love with could theoretically, in an alternate reality, be killed for being who she is if we lived in those circumstances. That is a very difficult thing to separate from the ownership of this company and these products funding that, or theoretically being in any way involved in that. That you cannot separate that. That is a deeply realistic and personal issue that at the very least happens to land right on the mark in this particular example. And I just don't really have the I don't really have the patience to kind of hear that other shit about it. And that's about it, man.
All right, so I got a question for you.
You gonna ask what someone just asked right there?
What's that?
Oh, go ahead.
I literally don't. I was going to be a shit and be like, but what if that oil money gets us those sprites back, though?
What if that oil money gets those sprites back? If it's 60 frames per second.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No.
But yeah, I don't. I like. I didn't really like KOF 14, and this might be the worst thing I could have ever heard about KOF 15 in terms of me being interested in it whatsoever, because I will not be able to distract myself from the bad taste.
Anyone even remotely interested in KOF has been eagerly anticipating KOF 15 as a follow-up to a really good reboot of the franchise. Yeah, the fact that it's literally already being worked on by the same people and continues to be a product by the same devs, and everything about it is the same shit. The only difference is where that money is going to go at the end of your purchase. And I don't know how to fucking parse that and make it not an issue. I don't think you can. Someone much smarter than me, I would love to hear break down this kind of topic, but to me it seems really fucking cut and dry. I see that story and I go, well, that's fucking done.
I would like to point out what may or may not. I don't personally think it's a reasonable comparison, but I'd like to talk about it anyway. Where somebody points out that I'm currently playing Yakuza 7, which they purport is literally funded by gangsters who sell people into slavery, which I assume would be referring to the Yakuza, who have always had a hand in Sega in general. I don't think that there is a through line between those two things, but I understand the association. However, yeah, everything sucks ass. Most of the food you buy has some kind of horrible nightmare component somewhere in the world. There's not much you can do to actually avoid this problem.
And
so everyone has to make their own little lines.
And if you would like to be the guy that pops out and says, aha, but yet you participate in society, then be my fucking guest.
My favorite part is actually the start of that is not we should improve society. It's never anything controversial. It's usually we should improve society somewhat. It's like we should improve things a little bit. Aha! But you're in society. I'm sorry. I don't have the libertarian compound that I can retreat to and form my own perfect moon society. We're not there yet. We're just not there yet.
I
The
believe
moon
you.
society that would be, of course, ruled over by me as king, the wise King Pat.
Would
who
you adhere
make
to the
sure that
non-aggression
everything is
principle?
perfect. What's that?
Would you adhere to the non-aggression principle?
The moon non-aggression principle?
Yeah.
As long as nobody talks shit.
And would you agree that moon taxation is moon theft?
Am I on the moon in this?
You're on the moon, yeah.
Earth. Yeah.
Taxation is theft from the moon.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
And you'd
I know
audit,
where you're going with this. I know what you're doing.
You'd audit the Earth Fed.
Okay, I kind of lost you on that one, but yeah, sure. Let's say that.
Okay, then Zeke Zion.
Yeah. See, I know. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
Skipped a couple parts in there.
well, I know I was going for the full list of yellow things. There's a couple others in there. You're correct. There is making sure you can own all your guns and your businesses, and I believe fuck driver's license is another one. I think booing driver's license is one of them.
Yeah, I know the clip you're talking about. You know what I wouldn't do, Willie?
But
I would not have my moon civilization hit the Earth with a big moon rock
that's good.
in a terror attack that would destroy Australia.
That's good. Yeah.
I can say right now that the wise King Pat will not commit moon-based terrorism.
Man, that fucking Jon Snow in the Call of Duty, he's all like, Mars Eternum. And then he's like committing huge space crimes.
Yeah. It's always the way.
And you're just like, at the end of it, you're just like, do we get to fucking glass the entire planet of Mars? Because fuck Mars now. And it's like, well, no, it's just that one guy. This is that one guy and his shitty army were shits. But now you're like, yeah, no, but fuck Mars, though.
Yeah, whole planet. Yeah, fuck it.
I met a Martian once.
Can live there ever again.
You know, telling your grandkids, you stay away from them Martians. I met one that one time. Fuck that place.
I don't want to hear about no goddamn orbital frames. You shut the fuck up. We got Levs out here, man.
Anyway, I can't believe that I'm thinking this, much less saying it, but boy, am I looking forward to Last Blade and Mark of the Wolves continuing to stay dead for the foreseeable future.
Ugh. You want to be a real shot in the arms for fighting games? Something that you may actually have some form of effect on? You know how fighting games sometimes show up at tournaments, big fancy tournaments, because the publisher suddenly has a lot of money to promote them?
Yeah.
That could get really legitimately uncomfortable in the very near future.
Dude, like, it's the KOF community is one thing. The Sam Show community that has come out of that game's resurgence is a super cool, tight-knit group of people. Honestly, just incredibly friendly and legit with nothing but love. And they fight hard for a game that doesn't really fight for them. And they go out of their way, you know? And the fucking just, like, profound sadness in the literal sense of the term that just spread with this news was tangible. It's just fucking dog shit, man. And if you wanna If you're already in the middle of typing up your piece about Wooly, I think you are mistaken about your views on the situation. And we have already seen MBS has apologized for the thing that he didn't have anything to do with. It went out of hand, but just spare yourself. Spare yourself. I really don't want to participate or hear it.
Oh my god, who cares when corporations apologize?
What?
Shit. Like
what? What are you talking about?
Who gives a shit when
what corporation?
You just said MBS.
Yeah, MBS is in Mohammed bin Salman.
Oh. Well, I suppose he's a corporation in his own right. Who cares when rich people apologize?
Okay, well, I mean, I would say I would draw the line a little bit more specific than that, and would say like murderers, but you know,
okay,
whatever. Neither here nor there. Yeah, you just can't. You can't get around this and just be like, yeah, well, you know, it's just there's shit that just doesn't fucking, it doesn't parse, it doesn't work out, and at the end of the day, it's like that stuff is too fucking. It crosses an ethical line in a way that is immensely unignorable, I suppose. But that's my thoughts on the matter. I think I've made my point. Yeah. Literally executed, dude. Literally, like, that's it.
I also do have one last thing to bring to the, but this thing is also bad table, and that's that SNK didn't used to have to force you to engage in these kinds of moral questions. They were just a regular ass company that made video games.
So do you remember who the last person was that did force you to engage in these kinds of discussions? Let me give you a clue. Riot.
Yeah.
And do you remember how that resulted? They pulled out of the fucking deal and said we moved too fast. Sorry about that.
That's true. All right, still a bunch of assholes. But
they untethered their assholishness from fucking the murder of Jamal Khashoggi.
Oh, by the way, kudos to HoloLive for dodging the insane bullet that is China's new streaming restrictions. They got out of that shit right on time. You see that shit?
I caught that there was some sort of contract thing happened, because I saw there were graduations occurring, and that's basically
have fucking government sanctioned moderators in your streams.
Oh,
if you're going to stream in China now. You need to have your full name. You need to apply to the government to become a streamer. What do you call it? All donations have to be delayed, and you can be fired from the government by not upholding moral standards. And if you don't uphold those moral standards and get fired, all the money goes back to the people who donated. Everybody who donates has to give their name, photo, social credit score to the thing, and then they have a cutoff. Like it's about as draconian as you could possibly expect.
Well, on that note, I would like to give a shout out to V Shoujo, the new VTuber talent company created by Mountain Dew, actually. Buddy, the boy, he did it, and
he did smoke that weed every day.
Out there putting in exactly, and from smoke weed every day to V Shoujo. And that's a fucking step up and a half. And I'm like, yo, I see that. I see you getting in there on those bucks. Smart. Strike while the iron is nuclear. right now. You can't be like, oh, what? We're talking vaccines? Yo. Now, absolutely. People are watching VTubers because we are stuck inside. And now is the time to debut something like VShojo. So, fucking...
Now is the time to replace all of our disgusting meat streamers with adorable anime girls.
So there you go. I didn't hear about that China stuff. That's crazy. But wow. Wow at that.
I don't know who most of the people in VShojo are, but Nanners is cool. Sorry, Nanner. Why did I say Nanners? Jesus. I'm an idiot. And Melody, she's cool. She did the porn, right? Is that a thing?
Melody did the lewds. Melody did the lewds.
She still do the...
I'm pretty sure she does the lewds, and everybody shows up because they're like, damn, yo. And it's like, yeah, of course. The fuck you gonna do, not show up?
When I become a VTuber, I will be a toilet.
And then I was made aware that damn, hold on, don't mess it up. Don't mess it up.
You're doing it. You're doing a great job. You're doing a super good job.
Yes.
Killing it.
Hannah as well is aware of the existence of the thing that is...
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Our content. So, like, yo, stuff's out there. Wires cross. Anyway. This is the world now. Can't beat him, join him. That's what I say. Anyway.
I'm gonna ride out the meat space till the last second.
Oh, sure. I'm gonna have my one foot in the meat space and the other foot in the Digiverse. Ready to go. Because we keep it moving. I ain't gonna get fucking caught, blown up, done in. Remember how we were like, damn, yo, Slow Beef, you're like the Godfather. And he's like, nah, I'm just an old fuck hired to do some wet work.
Yeah, he said that. I remember he said that.
And we're like, dude, you started this gangsta shit. This is the motherfucking thanks
He's
you
like,
get.
yeah, but I'm old now.
And no one's got time for this. And then we talked about DSP and had a good time. Well,
it was a good time hanging out with Slow Beef.
I'm not gonna let that happen. I'm gonna hold on to the future, and it's gonna try to run the fuck away from me, and I'm gonna grip it like that food that gets really upsetting to look at, and never let it go. You know?
Yeah. See, I can't do the VTuber thing in the near future because I need to exist in the meat space so that I can distract people with adorable dogs and cats.
Fair enough.
It's gonna be if I become a sentient toilet, I can't exactly pan to the dog.
How fucking sick would it be if Slow Beef comes back and just combo breaks this entire trend by inventing a literal functioning hologram and becoming like a 5D form of Let's Player that can actively Let's Play in the space around you in some ridiculous way, and just like, it's like this is what he was working on. He fell into the background so that everyone would forget, only to reemerge in the future and create a problem. Kind of like the Sanctus Maximus Populi. That was for me and me alone. Shut up.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. What the fuck are you talking about? I can't. Hold on.
Ooh.
Hold on.
Solidus,
I got one.
Solidus knows. He knows it's for nobody.
I got one. How long is
It's
it?
for fucking nobody.
Wait, how long until we get a P-tuber?
Hmm?
Where you get the robot to shoot Mountain Dew out at you.
All right, let's get some shit out of the way.
Rain
here,
me
then.
with your booze. It's different bombing up here. It's bombing up here just hits different. It's a tickle.
Let's get to the let's get through it. Couple of quick things, not much. I gave a shout out to the agency. I also have another shout out to give for buddy Xavier Woods, aka Austin Creed, for getting the gig at G4. It's kind of a slam dunk, like, gimme, because it's like, yeah, what are you gonna do?
Yeah,
Not pick the fucking tag team champion? Like,
yeah, there you go, done.
Fuck out of here. Of course you're gonna
slam
pick
dunk, as you described.
What are you gonna do? Not yeah. So, yeah, G4 is coming back, and Austin Creed got in there, and that's fucking. It's an obvious pick. Nailed it. Good job.
I got a leg cramp. This sucks.
I see up down down making moves, doing things, and I feel like he is having a
well, of course they are. They're moving up. And then they move up again. And then they move down. And then they move down again. Woohoo! All right.
There you go. Random ass PSA, but apparently after 5 years, today is the last possible day. And that is today as in the 30th. Today's the last possible day.
Which only lasts for 26 more minutes.
To export your Rock Band 3 songs.
Oh, no. Shit.
So if you wanted to go through Rock Band and export all your songs forward to the new platform, today is the only day, or the final day you can do that. You had 5 years to do it. You had to get the export tool and then do that. But you can no longer do it after today. So there go your songs.
Well,
you'll have to plug in the other plastic from the old days and use that shit if you want to play those songs.
No.
Super Nintendo World opens at USJ next year on a date that's probably too soon for you to be at USJ, so who gives a fuck about this news?
Hey, 90% of people listening to this in the US, you won't be allowed to go anyway.
You could look at the pictures, though.
The rest of you listening to this, you really shouldn't go anyway.
Check out the pictures. Yeah, apparently it opens in April. And you can see the little Mario Kart Live thing and the statues of the Bowser and the Mushroom Kingdom.
You know what I say to that?
Mm-hmm.
I say, sure, whatever, man. Whatever you say.
Whatever I say?
No, not you. Nintendo Land.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever you say, USJ.
Yeah. No, that's what it is. Opens at Nintendo.
And that theme park got fucked by COVID.
I mean, every theme park did, really.
It's true, but that one had just finished. Right? So it's like, oh.
Slippy's Revenge. Hey, you a big fan of SaGa Frontier?
No, I think those games are terrible.
Oh. Well, SaGa Frontier, which was from that era of 1998, the good fucking years. And not just... Oh. You know, okay. Damn it. You realize that talking about how good 96 and 98 were is going to eventually just become boomer talk.
What do you fucking mean eventually?
Okay, but they really
What
were,
do you
though.
mean eventually? That was 25 years ago.
But they really were that good, though. It's not just like talking about the summer of '69. I'm not just singing fucking...
No, shut up. It's exactly like that, because when people were talking about the summer of '69, it was 1986.
Those were the best days of my life. And it's like, yeah, we get it. 69 ruled, whatever. But you don't get it, though. 96 and 98 were fucking awesome.
You know what? Man, fuck the baby boomers. Man, 1998 was so incredible. Fucking Ocarina of Time and Metal Gear Solid came out. What's so big deal about the summer '69? Dude, I had so much unprotected sex at every music festival. Because diseases basically didn't exist. And then we did the AIDS. Oopsie doodle. Thanks, boomers.
That's a pretty succinct summary of how it went down. While you were out there catching syphilis, I was putting my controller on the floor.
Oh, that's the worst comparison I've ever heard. I hate it. Oh my god, I hate it.
Well, anyway, SaGa Frontier is getting remastered for summer 2021.
Those games are trash.
Never played them.
Good. You're a better person.
It was in that era, though. I assumed they ruled because they came from 1998. That's literally what my brain did.
I also assumed that in 1998 because I went to the store and a guy said, "Hey man, do you like FF7? SaGa Frontier, man. This is made by the same company. It'll be just like FF7." And I went, "Wow, cool." And I brought it home and it was shit. Though it does have one really cool part where you're playing as Red and you're trying to kill your brother Blue, and then you get to the final boss fight against Blue, and if Blue wins and beats you, Blue becomes the new main character.
Whoa, that is pretty cool.
And then you finish the rest of that guy's campaign as Blue.
That's fucking incredible.
Yeah, that part's actually really cool.
I mean, was there anything about 1998 that didn't rule?
All right.
Ocarina of Time, Tekken 3, Half-Life, Metal Gear Solid, Resident Evil 2, Street Fighter Alpha 3, StarCraft, Panzer Dragoon Saga, Banjo-Kazooie, Baldur's Gate, Grim Fandango, ISS, NFL Blitz, Xenogears, Turok 2, Unreal.
Okay, well, the ice storm happened.
F-Zero X.
An earthquake in Afghanistan killed 5,000 people. Oh, was that the year of the referendum? I guess it might have been, yeah.
Okay, I hear that.
Tornadoes in central Florida destroy 2,600 structures and kill 42 people.
Okay. January 12th, Marvel vs. Capcom, Clash of Superheroes.
Devaluation of the ruble loses 70% of its value against the US dollar in 6 months.
February 26th, Tenchu Stealth Assassins and X-Men vs. Street Fighter.
Quebec demands independence from Canada.
March 19th, Real Bout 2, Fatal Fury, The Newcomers. Need for Speed Hot Pursuit. KOF 97, Parasite Eve. StarCraft.
Armageddon came out that year. Oh, American Godzilla came out that year!
Commandos Behind Enemy Lines.
France won the World Cup.
Brave Fencer Musashi and Radiant Silver Gun. Pokemon Stadium.
Oil pipeline running through a village in Nigeria explodes, killing 700 people with resulting fire burning for nearly a week.
Rainbow Six. Spyro the Dragon. Pokemon Yellow. Suikoden.
You're right. Suikoden pushed it over. Man, that game's great.
Shogo Medieval.
No, you don't have to, man. That's
Fallout
Suikoden's
2.
So good.
Age of
Oh,
Empires. Age of Empires. Oddworld. Half-Life.
Oh, it was a good year. Did you say Tekken already?
I sure did. Mario Party 1.
Did you say Tribes?
Rogue Squadron. I did not say Tribes.
Tribes came out.
Akuji the Heartless. Get
1080
fucked.
snowboarding.
Do you understand? Like, what the
Baldur's
like?
Gate 1.
Did you not hear me?
man.
Were you just shutting it all out?
I was looking at people getting blown up in oil fires, thank you.
Okay, well,
I mean, I was looking at a list of bad things that happened.
yeah.
wasn't actually
So
looking at people.
anyway, can you like it's funny how you know what's not on that list? KOF 98.
What's that? Yeah, that's actually that's funny. Yeah.
But look at that. Like, I'm not talking about no fucking Summer of 69 shit, man. When we talk about how good 98 was, that's a fucking receipt. That is a receipt.
You know what the you know what the difference is between the summer of 69 is and 1998 in video games? You can go play the video games that came out in 1998. You can't track down and screw all those old people that got syphilis in 69. Or if you can, you shouldn't. It's gross. Some of them are probably skeletons.
Case closed.